Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. A lot of stuff going on this week here at NinjaTrader. But before we get to all of that, joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Craig is out, so just two of us in studio today. But joining us on the big screen, looking fresher than ever with a nice new haircut. He's looking good today, isn't he, Shai? The one and only senior market strategist here at NinjaTrader Live, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shai. It was a great weekend. Hopefully everybody's rested, relaxed, because we got some markets that are moving today.
Yeah, we do. Couple things. Hopefully everybody in the chat recognizes we did a little facelift here on NinjaTrader Live. So notice the new look. Loving it. Really, really excited about all the things we're about to bring you guys going forward. So a lot of cool stuff coming here on NinjaTrader Live. One of the big things that we're going to talk about all week and probably for the next several weeks is the NinjaTrader Arena Cup. We will be putting a link into the chat and talking about that throughout the morning. We're going to be giving away $400,000 over the course of 4 different competitions, 3 qualifiers and 1 championship. You're going to have to qualify to get to the championship, but $400K in giveaways, pretty big deal. So I expect a lot of people joining, participating in that out there, and we're going to have a ton of content creators, traders, all participating in that as well. Special lineups that we're going to have on each of the qualifying days. All of that will be starting to get revealed starting today. So that's coming soon. So exciting stuff. In the meantime, let's get into some news, Shai. What happened overnight?
So we definitely have markets moving. We have Takashi had a victory in the ruling party leadership vote. We saw the yen lose value against the dollar and the euro. In fact, it gapped down, or if you're trading Forex, it gapped up. But we also saw the Nikkei surge to a high fresh record as she is kind of considered pro-stimulus lawmaker. And we also had long-term bonds tumbling in Japan due to the fact that HSBC sees BOJ staying on track for an October rate hike after the LPT vote. We had the OPEC meeting this weekend. Remember last week we talked about it was 500. The media was going crazy saying it was going to be 500,000 barrels a day increase. And the OPEC secretary denied that. And it turns out that it was only 137,000 barrels, which had already been floated beforehand. So we did have crude gap up overnight on that and is trading a bit higher this morning because it wasn't as big as everybody thought, but everybody should have known that because the OPEC secretariat literally came out and said, we're not considering 500. But anyway, so we do have crude oil up on that. We have federal layoff risk shifts to Monday as unions go to court. And so remember, we talked about the fact that President Trump was going to fire 100,000 employees out of the 750,000 that are furloughed. They would have permanent job loss. So on Saturday night, there was an emergency request from the union to a U.S. judge to block any mass firing by Trump. Now, Kevin Hassett came out today and kind of completely dismissed that. He said the U.S. is holding off on layoffs until the end of the day today because they're waiting on the Senate vote again to see if we're going to pass this stopgap bill or not. And then they will continue with layoffs if it does not pass. So we'll see how that all turns out in the government. Overnight, probably not a big deal here, but certainly overnight, everybody was talking about the French premier resigned. He's the 5th premier that they've had since Macron was re-elected in 2022, so they've had 5. He quit after 30 days, so it's a big deal, and we had the CAC fall, bonds fall, and so a lot going on in France today. Then we have OpenAI inked AMD chips deal worth tens of billions of dollars. We had AMD is up 24% on that move, NVIDIA down 2%, and Intel also down 2%.
Wow. It's up 24%.
24% on that news.
Jeez.
Insane. And that is what's moving markets this morning.
And it's moving them higher, right? And so that's the thing is, good morning, chat. I hope all of you are doing well. S&P, I'm going to run through the tape here. We've got S&P up 20, almost 27. It's up 26.5 bucks at 67.90 and a half. We've got NASDAQ up 213 bucks, 25,205. We've got Russell at 2506, up 14.7. Dow was up 100 bucks only. Poor little Dow is only up 0.25%, lagging the majors. Other majors, 47,132 in the Dow. We've got crude oil, as Shai said, is up 48 cents. I got the Nove crude. Is that right, Shai? Is it?
Yes, it is. It is November, but we were higher overnight. We have since
they've come
sort
back.
of pulled back a little bit, but was higher overnight.
And look at gold. It's up 50 bucks, man.
Ripping.
Yeah, it's ripping.
Ripping.
Other metals, so gold is at 39.59, as Jimmy said, 4,000 round numbers. It's just basically, it's coming at some point. It's always the path to get there. It's not a question of if. I think it's a question of when. And then we've got silver is up modestly. It's at 48.07. We've got platinum pretty much flat. Not often you can see that market's flat at 16.40. And then we've got copper at 504, down 1.25%, down 65 ticks. So bond market's what's interesting this morning. You got 30-year down 22 ticks at 116.09. You got the ultra bonds at 119.18, down 27 ticks. Short end of the curve is also down. 5s and 10s are down, which brings yields up. 10-year this morning is 4.15. And then the dollar is up against pretty much all currencies, not against crypto though. Bitcoin 125 plus 125,000, above 125,000 this morning. ETH is at 46.15, and here we are. So the one thing that I look at when I look at the tape this morning is equities are getting momentum going higher, which is, hard to believe, but it is the case. It's funny. It's like people are buying them like they really need them, right? I mean, that's the kind of buying you're starting to see now, like they need them or they're being forced to buy them. It gets very interesting here because everybody that waits for the pullback that needs to buy stocks at the beginning of a quarter and they don't get it, this is what starts to happen. So people saying, you're seeing volatility come up a little bit. Well, and I wish I had Craig here to talk about how that all works within the VIX, but nonetheless, you're seeing momentum build here in equities. You're seeing gold continue to build momentum higher. So there is some volatility. The problem is it's just kind of in one direction, and it makes it very, very difficult for day traders to buy these narrow dips in these markets because it's very hard to manage risk. I look at gold and I look at S&P. They could break substantially on the daily, and they'd still be very much looking like a bull market. So it gets, it's hard to use that kind of, I use analysis where I look at weekly and daily and I try to find my way into trades. I bought those puts last week. I took a little nick on them. Luckily, I covered after I said if I saw 2 consecutive closes above 67.20, I'd cover. I saw it. I covered them. Since then, the puts have just evaporated. I was going to give them away, a part of the 150K giveaway. So you could, sorry, guys, if you didn't want to. So, I know Cooper saying cracks are forming. Sure, they are, but right now they're getting filled up really quickly with with other things within the space, like this news with AMD up 24%. I mean, that's what happens. That's big.
Huge.
So I know. Anyway, Jimmy, to you, what do you see in the overnight tape?
Well, there's so many of these markets that are just, you see big percentages, big percent changes. I mean, the first thing was I saw the Nikkei this morning. It was up 5.18%. I know we had some special news there with respect to their government, but that kind of opened my eyes. So then I shifted to, all right, what's going on with the Euro Stock 50 with things going on in France. And that's actually down a tad bit compared to the DAX, which is actually very strong. Stock index futures, not surprised. And, I'm not going to be surprised until we get a meaningful sell-off, multi-day sell-off to the downside. Until then, it's just bull mode. The Treasury markets, though, were interesting because they don't care about it. The long-term part of the curve doesn't care about the Fed funds tool suggesting there's going to be two rate cuts this year. It keeps falling, and yields just keep rolling up here. The 30-year, like you mentioned, pretty big down day so far. I tracked the yields this morning. Cash yields were at 4.759% when I checked this morning about 45 minutes ago. So this is pretty negative here. We got a little bit of a support around that 116 handle right now, but the days of being happily situated in the middle 117 handles, they're not here yet, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see them going back down to a 115 handle soon, actually. My strategy, it's saying, 115.24 is likely to trade. We're below Pax's quarterly pivot. We're below some short-term moving averages. And, it's funny, Cooper was saying he was joking, he was sorry, but, I do see some cracks, and I know Craig would talk about that as well, is that, there are definitely some cracks in there, but in reality, they do keep getting filled with momentous-type headlines. Where we talk about this AMD thing, which again, it's like, it's hard if you're short or if you're not long to look at this market and see the reactions to these things. When you think that things should rotate and they don't, this is what happens. Very difficult tape for swing traders. For short-term day traders, you kind of can't really think too much about it, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't really think it matters much. I mean, typically I'm the type of trader who would look at the weekly and the daily and take it down to the short term. I almost think in so many ways, it's like almost you got to bypass that right now a little bit if you're a short-term day trader. You got to really stay true to what you're looking at short-term. Understand that there's massive momentum to the upside, but I still think you could be short some of these markets for rotations. Just don't outlive them. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I mean, if you're looking for a rotation, I think there's no reason for me not to see this market to have some rotations as we grind higher, and we might continue to grind higher for months. Who knows? You never know. But I think for short-term day traders, as long as you're trading the edges short and you're not selling into breaks or selling into the middle of ranges, that's a different story. Then it's like, kind of shame on you if you're trying to look for a momentum trade lower, unless there's news behind it. I mean, so for short-term day traders right now, I really look at this tape and go, again, and I've been saying this for months, gold to me is the best trade out there because you have technicals and fundamentals behind it. That's the one I'm more comfortable buying the narrow pullbacks, and Shai's been saying this. For stocks, it's like, and then you look at like this 24% move in AMD, Shai. A lot of times to me, those are moves where it's like, that brings in a ton of volume today that a lot of times is, I don't want to say topish, but like short-term topish, because you come in with a big headline. If they can't carry it forward right away today, you wonder if they take some of that out again. Yeah,
you might see a pullback.
Yeah, and so I think exactly you can trade this stuff. GDL is saying in chat, everything bought to get out of fiat. I mean, that's what it's been all year, right? I mean, that's what everyone keeps talking about, right? But dollars bid too today.
And the dollar is bid too. That's kind of why, aside from gold, we're seeing, a little bit of weakness in copper, and why we're not really seeing the same kind of move that we're seeing in gold in the other metals, platinum, palladium, silver. So a little bit of dollar pressure on those markets as well, even though they are up still.
Yeah. I mean, gold is getting to the point where it's like,
it's its own beast.
I mean, I got to tell you, and it gets really, I think for most traders, we should mention that there are micros. That gold is ripping, man. I mean, that thing is moving, right? And so it's a serious trade for a lot of people that are new to that market. I definitely recommend hopping into micros if you're going to trade it, or of course trade it in sim first. But to me, that's where the volatility is. I mean, you had so many traders in here that love NASDAQ. That natural path is to look at the gold market. You see a lot of people on X continue to talk about that, but I think that that's something that makes sense to me if you're somebody who's very active to be looking at those types of markets. Crude moving more now, though, right? Crude gets interesting to me, Shai. 61.42, had a little bit of a rally, but it's fading again.
So absolutely. I mean, there's still a lot of negative press out there this morning saying, okay, well, crude's mildly up because it wasn't as big of an increase from OPEC. But, the big story now they're all trying to push is we're going to have this ridiculously huge glut in 2026. Now, they've said that all year for 2025, and we're just not seeing that right now. And, I look at oil on water, I look at storage, I look at every country. I mean, I go through the data piece by piece, and there's just nothing telling me that we have an oil glut coming or here that they've been talking about for this entire year. So again, it's back to that real negative sentiment. Because there's just a lot of media out there telling you this is going to happen.
Jimmy, talk to me about oil, because the weaker that oil gets, the more I want to start looking for a swing position. What are we looking at technically here?
Yeah, I mean, the more time we spend under 61.75, the more, in just technically speaking, the more chances we can kind of grind sideways from here. We have a nice we just hit kind of a double bottom. If you go back to May of 2025 lows here, I drew a rectangle all the way across, and so far that's holding barely. So there's support there, but we do have targets further down in the 56, 57 handle range, going all the way back to May. So there's room technically on the downside. Moving averages are looking ugly. I mean, the ADMA crossed under the 21, and we get in separation between those two moving averages, and stochastics are kind of stuck in the mud it's at 9, less than 9 right now. So technically speaking, there's in my mind, I just see some sideways potential, maybe a little bit of downward potential, but hopefully buyers come back in at that 60 handle.
Shy, 55 was a price we talked about earlier this year. I remember that vividly. This is several months ago. Is that still a price that you look at as key support?
Yeah, because it touched it twice, first in April and then in May when OPEC came out and had outsized additions to the market from their voluntary cuts. But, both times bounced really hard from that 55. So, I don't think it's impossible that we couldn't get back there, but I would say that's firm support, at least for right now, and that would definitely put us in oversold territory on the daily and the weekly.
Yep. And again, we'll be following that closely. I do think crude, if it does dip into the 50s, starts to become more of a day trader's market again. And I also think for me on a swing position, I start to look at crude now because we're finally getting outside that range.
Right.
If you watched Sarah last night, what was interesting about watching Sarah on the strat is that she always looks for when you make a little bit of a higher high or a little bit of a lower low, they look at that as for a market to have mean reversion back in. Crude has been so range bound. Let's see if we can stretch that a little bit, get back within the range. That would be a trade I would look for. Until then, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But again, let's talk about just this overall trade here, guys, because look at this market. I mean, we had Trader Vic, which was the best right away. Awesome.
He's so good.
Right. And so let's talk about what he spoke to all of us about here on the network. And I think it was what was so great about it was the fact that he just really simplified things. It's funny. It's like I try to simplify things for the generations of traders below me. Right. And then you've got Trader Vic, who's been doing it, nearly twice as long as me. It's pretty interesting. Right. And so he helped me, again, think through things and look at things and say, okay, here's what's happening. What is the administration trying to do, right? They're trying to get stocks up. They're also very pro-Bitcoin. They're pro-gold, right? Look at what's happening as a theme.
Right.
He wants rates lower, right? What's his biggest trade is to buy the short end of the curve, right? And so when you look at things, it's actually, I will start buying the short end of the curve now when it starts to break. I'm going to do it. They're not there yet, but I actually like that bonds are lower, so I look to start to buy the short end. I'll talk about that if I can get into that position. But when you look at what's happening here, Bitcoin, all-time high. Stocks, all-time high. Gold, all-time high, right? And everyone keeps trying to say, what's wrong? Who's wrong?
Right.
What's broken?
But they're not. They're all different, very different narratives, right? So you can't use the same narratives that you used to do, particularly, again, for the gold market, because we do have this underlying bid that we used to not have before from central banks. And so that's made this market very different. because, again, central banks don't care what price it is. They're not looking for a deal. If they want to buy, they're going to buy.
Yeah, and we have the great Ira Harris on today, which we didn't even talk about that, followed by Pax.
Yes.
So I'm going to talk with both of them about it. It's funny. Today is really a big day in Crudele's life because Ira Harris has been one of my mentors for many, many years. I love him. He's one of the best people you'll ever meet in your life.
Yes, he is.
Just so people understand that. I just love that man. And I sent him a message this week, and I said I felt bad. I've been out of touch with him for a while, and I'm super excited to speak with him. I owe him a call anyway, but he's my guy. He's to me, he's the best macro analyst in the business. But then we got Big Brother Pax on, and so I'm going to talk with them about what's happening, in this space. And Jimmy, I go to you. Look at you and I, similar generations, right? We look at it, and when you take back what Trader Vic said, which I thought was really cool, was like you kind of split the age group. If you're under a certain age, I think, what did he say? Like under 40 or 45?
I think he said 35. You're looking at Bitcoin and over.
Well, I was definitely in the over. We're all in the over. So, a lot of people in the audience are in the over. But I've owned gold in my long-term portfolio for a while. It's not really a trade for me, but it's just I own it, and I've been swinging that a little bit. But I mean it's I'm not really trading it. But I've been buying crypto again too. So we're in that middle age where we're buying both, right? What are your thoughts on that, right, Jimmy, that you hear people talk about everything's going up, something's got to be wrong, something's got to be broken? Thoughts?
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of gravitate toward the narrative, just looking at the big picture, what's broken? I mean, the companies seem to be doing well. We expect some good earnings coming up the next go around. Maybe the employment data is a little soft, but just kind of boots on the ground. Everything is rolling here. I mean, I don't see anything broken really. If you could focus on this whole government shutdown and say, well, that's broken, but the markets don't care, and they they really don't care about that. It'll
100%.
resolve itself eventually. It always does, and everything will be happy. But my focus when I'm looking at, all right, do I want to invest in equities? Well, that's what we always did with the 401ks, and everybody just keeps rolling in. That money flow coming in is probably always going to be there, right? So that's going to cause that upward right corner movement on the equities, and then you got to think between, all right, the Bitcoin and gold. Now I'm old enough to be like a little leery of the Bitcoin, even though I'm a super fan of the Bitcoin. So at my age, I'm like, all right, I want to be in gold. I'd rather be in gold, even at these new all-time highs, for reasons that Shai talks about, and just from charting reasons as well, because we have to allocate assets somewhere, right? Money has to go somewhere. It could sit in your money market fund earning nothing. You can go to treasuries earning a little more. But once you're trading and investing in commodities, then you see some good opportunities. So I'm a gold guy. I'm a gold guy for sure. The Bitcoin, though, I'm a fan of it. Don't get me wrong. It's very tradable, especially the micro Bitcoin. It's CME. It got a lot of volume, but I'm going with gold during this particular time.
Yeah, and we're going to be interested to see what Ira thinks about what's happening in gold. I'm going to talk to him, of course, about bonds, and we'll even get his...
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm to the age where I'm in between, and I own meme coins. I own Dog. I own WLFI. I own Ethereum. I continue to buy little pieces of that as it breaks. I mean, I can't help it. I own some Bitcoin again.
I've got ETH and XRP.
Yeah. Oh, you got XRP? Garbage.
Come on.
So let's talk about the NinjaTrader Arena Cup. Well, we have a couple things to talk about. We're near 150,000. We're at 149,826. If you check out our new digs, check out the new layout. Hope you guys are all enjoying that. We just did an upgrade to everything you're going to see here. You're also going to see, a new Squawk. Powered by that now as well. We've got some really cool stuff. We've got POTUS alerts coming out, so you're going to see that coming across the stream when those come across. We got some stuff coming from Edgeful, Mentor Q, of course, Jimmy's Edge Report. We will continue to bring you guys a lot of cool stuff that no one else is bringing out there as far as YouTube networks. I don't think anyone's even close what we're about to show, so it's really exciting. Also, what we're doing, NinjaTrader Arena Cup. Let's see if we could show my screen real quick, if we can. I want to show everybody where you can go for that. We're giving away they got a graphic. They can go with that. That's fine, whatever. Let's go to that graphic. That was great. Was that you, Jimmy, that showed that? Yeah, there we go. The NinjaTrader Arena Cup. Let's talk about this. So we're giving away 400,000 in cash prizes. So there's going to be 3 qualifiers, right? One on 1020, one on 1027, one on 11.3. We are going to have a ton of content creators and traders coming in here trading on each one of those qualifiers. Okay. Now, each one of those qualifiers, you're going to have to go in there and you're going to have to qualify. And then there's going to be a percentage of you that will then pass on to go to the championship round. But in the qualifying round, you're going to have an opportunity to win money. And if you do qualify to get to the championship round, we're giving away $250K in that. And so you're going to be making money along the way. And it's going to be 3 Mondays in a row, then a week off. And then Monday, the 17th of November, we're going to be giving away $250K. We've got all of the team here at NinjaTrader Live who's going to be participating in it. We've got Pax, Kane. We've got so many new people that are coming to NinjaTrader Live as well. A lot of you get ready to meet a lot of new people coming to NinjaTrader Live. We are expanding our traders and our network. It's going to be pretty big. I can tell you that. It's going to be really exciting to see some of the new people coming on. I'm very excited to bring all of them to you. And so you're going to see a lot more new lineups coming in into Q4 here on NinjaTrader Live. So go and sign up. That link gets in there. The first place winner in the final championship gets $100,000. That's a big payday.
It's a nice.
So for trading a sim event, that's pretty cool. So we ask you guys, go in there, click register now, join us in that. And again, make sure you hit like and subscribe as well, because we're doing giveaways for 150K. Like I said, Nick said it the other day, he's going to be like, I'm going to be like Oprah in here. You're getting this, you're getting that, and do it. But it's going to be fun. We appreciate all of you. And it's about that time before we get to Ira. It's time for the Edge Report, Shy. We got to go to Jimmy. All right, take it away, Jimmy.
By the way, I just signed up for the challenge, so I'm going to be ready to go, you guys. Hopefully you are too. Let's start with the yen. Yen is, the U.S. dollar is stronger across the board. Dollar index gapped up a little bit last night, and you can see a lot of red on my currency pair board here. Remember, futures, foreign currency on top, dollar on the bottom. If you're trading Forex, it's the opposite. But yen gapped down because not only is it facing the U.S. dollar, but also they had that big news that came out with the potential new prime minister. And then we got these lows down here, April. So, we have a little bit of a recovery, not much in the yen this morning. This got a little bit of a wick at the bottom here. Sellers are in charge, and we are still below this peak low here that we saw on the 25th and 26th of September. So this is looking extraordinarily bearish. We'll see how that plays off. And there's no targets. This is gapped down and moved so far down. There's no mentor Q targets below price right now. VWAP is the story. We've kind of, this is the session VWAP here. It's kind of a small case B volume distribution if you use your imagination a little bit. But we have this really nice VWAP here. We're trading below it. We just touched it. Brian Shannon VWAP touch and play right here. Boom. We'll see if we get continuation back down to either the London initial balance or that point of control way south around 6697. There are a ton of targets on the upside, but it just seems that this is a pretty bearish market. I'd look for the put support level up there too, around 6750, maybe, if we do get some buying coming in here. But again, U.S. dollar super strong, yen super weak. In particular, let's shoot over to that Bitcoin real quick and take a look, and then we'll compare it with gold. We have this double top here. We just broke through it. And then some. I mean, this is a pretty dominant, pretty strong candle. It's a green candle so far today. No wicks at the top or the bottom here. Buyers are in control. And I really had to kind of lean on this fib, I'm going to call it a fib extension because that's what it is, and just kind of see what the milestones are. The next milestone is at 161% at 126,122. So there is that target up there. Intraday, all sorts of targets here. This could be a good trading day for the Bitcoin. JAX2 is in play at 126 even. That's that gamma exposure level 2. We're kind of trading. R1 is kind of framing the top of the conversation right now. We have an equal and opposite candle brewing on my 10-minute chart here. But again, we're trading above that VWAP. I'm going to be looking for VWAP touches as potential ways to go ahead and pop into this market. Let's shoot over while we're at it to gold, since we want to do a comparison here. Gold is just parabolic. Let's just shoot over to that daily chart. I mean, look at this. We started here on the August 20th And other than this, I don't know, this week or so sideways action pause, if you want to call it, this has been just a nonstop shot, shot up. Remember, we started at 3,300, 3,356, and now we're at almost at 4,000. So this is kind of a really nice example of just a runaway bull market here. We hit that 76.1% extension. 39.56. It's about what we're trading right now. The next one is at 47.5. And of course, we have that psychological number of 4,000 even. Intraday, all sorts of targets here as well. Again, there it is, call resistance 4,000, also psychological. Yeah, we popped up, but we have a double break of the London IB. I'm going to go check edge full stats on that. We're trading right at that 1-day max right now, and we're above that VWAP. Again, VWAP touches could be the story of the day on some of these things, and we're doing it right now on the gold contract. That is the Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shy.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shy, preview of our guest.
So we have Ira Harris. He writes notes from the underground. Everybody used to read that religiously. Traders used to read that religiously. He's been around for a very long time, and he knows his markets. He was tweeting about the yen just this morning or last night. So looking forward to talking to him about multiple markets, find out what's going on in the bond markets, how he feels about commodity markets at this point, and what he's seeing in the currency markets.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ira is the most viewed guest I had on Futures Radio Show, him and Pax. That's funny. I've got both of them today. Those are guys I had on the most as well. People love them. I've done live events with Ira. I've known Ira for many, many years. And everybody, you're in for a real treat. Pretty much, like I said, I think he's the best in the business. He's taught me more than anybody ever has about macro because he keeps it simple and and he talks to us in a way that we can all understand. All right, let's bring in Ira. Good morning, my friend.
I'm embarrassed, but thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Tracy and Anthony, wow, been a long time. What's going on?
Well, a lot's going on. And what I want to talk about with you this morning right out of the gates is context and nuance. That's what you taught me, right? You talk about understand the context, but you got to have nuance and understanding of execution, right? Where are we in this environment, Ira? Because everybody talks about gold all-time highs, Bitcoin all-time highs, stocks at all-time highs. Why?
Well, okay, so I'm not smart enough in this vein to talk about Bitcoin because although I was aware of it at $100 and people were begging me to get involved, I have missed that boat, so I am not one to talk about Bitcoin. But for all those who are in Bitcoin, good on you, and I don't care. I don't care to be at it. It doesn't matter because I've found so many other things, and that's what we're going to talk about. So the gold and everything else that goes with it. Now, gold has been perplexing, and even Anthony, if we go back 4 or 5 years, and we were looking at gold, and gold was doing things, especially as rates started going higher, meaning the Fed started finally raising rates back in 2021. The gold was never really corrected. I mean, I had talked about areas where I was looking to be a major buyer at 1580 to 1620. We never corrected down that far after we had made that high up at 1980, 2000. And that was very perplexing to me because from a fundamental standpoint, which I always begin with the fundamentals and then we get to the technicals to determine our risk factors. But when you have real yields rising, that is always a negative for gold, but not this time, which was a key ingredient to understanding why this gold market was different than others we have seen over the last, I've been trading almost 50 years. So this one was really interesting. And this has been a very, very, very interesting move. And as Tracy talked about earlier, this was central banks, of course, accumulating. But I don't think it's been the story of central banks for a while now. I think there's other stories involved with it because you take the Bank of China, they don't chase. They're not stupid. they will not chase, and they have powers at times to put markets down if they want to for a short period of time. As a trader, that's for us to do, when we see certain activity that may discern that. But these are more than interesting times. And I'm, taking Bitcoin out of it, but with a whole other group, the way the markets are performing. And we're again, as Tracy talked about too, over yesterday evening or yesterday afternoon, actually, when I saw the results due to best Japanese analyst that I know, and I actually donated my sperm to him, Tobias Harris, and he had Takaichi winning, which was a surprise. But then, from what everybody was looking at with Takaichi, that she was going to be the second coming of Abe. But as I pointed out early yesterday afternoon, this is not the time of Abe. When Abe began in 2012 with his policy of the 3 arrows, the yen was trading 79 to the dollar, and the Nikkei was about 8,500. Well, even before the markets opened last night, the yen was at basically 149, 148 to the dollar, and the Nikkei is up at 46,000, having made all-time highs after languishing for 25 years. So this is a far different environment that she's walking into. And whether she thinks she's going to be the second coming of Abe, I don't think, first of all, from my perspective, and we'll get into, I'll let you ask the questions. So I'll stop there.
No, I guess when I look at this environment then, because it is unlike, well, I think most environments are unlike anything we've seen in the past. There's a little bit of difference, but that's the point of context and nuance, right? And that's what you're good at is, going through and combing through and understand where we really are, maybe to previous environments and what's the best trade. So what are the best trades out there right now?
Well, you know what? To say the best at these times, again, the gold is just plows ahead. And that's, I think, the hedgers are reticent to sell. So you have a limited amount of short sellers. And because of what we're doing, I've become an avid watcher of deliveries. So we see the gold deliveries for October, because October is a deliverable month and a sizable. And then, of course, December is a critical one. A lot of people would say that October is a bastardized month. But not in today's environment. So watch the deliveries, and they've been pretty good. Platinum has finally joined the ride, and I find that interesting because I did with one of my favorites. You have your favorites, but on May 14th, I did a podcast with Mark Faber, and we had a very deep discussion on the platinum markets and why it was languishing and was it set to go. So the platinum deliveries have been up too, and platinum, like silver, is in severe shortage. Every year we run negatives. Supplies turn negative. So that's been going on. Platinum's actually performed pretty well here, but are they all capable of correcting here? Yes. Gold probably wants to print that 4,000 number, just so that the media can run and have a headline. Oh, gold put 4,000. Here's an asset that they haven't paid attention to in 4, 5, 6 years. Because if they had paid attention to it, there would actually be a question at an FOMC press conference when Powell holds them. Are you concerned about gold? Because if I was sitting in that room, I would pound on Powell going, why aren't you concerned about the price of gold? Doesn't the price of gold mean anything to you? Does it cause you some sleepless nights, as I would say? Nobody asked the question. But now all of a sudden, because there's a roundhouse number that they can report that they'll all be involved in it, to me, the 4,000 number means nothing except sensationalism. But am I chasing here? No, because we do get sizable sell-offs. There are people who do take some profits here, but you're not getting the central banks to move. But are they chasing it? No, I don't think so. Other trades, we talk about the curves, but we'll work our way there. The curves have, kind of like the 210 is very comfortable here right now between 45 and 60, let's say. But we'll see where this is going. I'm one who thinks that this curve is going to steepen Because why do I want to own duration anywhere? And we can get deeper into the weeds on that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you exactly about the bond market, because it seems that, if you go to like a weekly or monthly chart, we've kind of been sideways for the last couple of years. And so what do you think we break to the upside or to the downside? Because it will break eventually.
Tracy, I think now it's contingent. Again, we go nuances in context, as Anthony's talked about. This debt situation in the United States, and I blogged about it this is not new for me. You can go back and read old blogs. It's been a while, but that once you got to the situation, this goes back 10 years, and I've read enough Neil Ferguson over the years and talked to enough people and read historic economic history. Once your interest costs, and I'm talking about as a hegemonic power, and the United States is certainly a hegemonic power, once your interest on your debt exceeds your annual defense spending, you're getting into serious trouble, because you are now going to have to deal with the politics of discretionary spending programs. Come hell or high water. That's what Doge was really about. They knew that they were there, but even Musk et al. Could not really get at this. And that's a very, very unsettling event for me. When is it going to happen? I can't tell you. But markets there will always be something to set a market off. But I wouldn't be buying duration here. Now, if you think you can buy duration because the United States is going to go into a slowdown, or the global economy is going to go into a slowdown, then I say, then you don't really understand the gold market. Because the gold powers ahead in anticipation that the only thing that they have if there's a slowdown is more money creation. Because that's been their answer to everything. QE, it's the Bernanke doctrine, which really came out of the Japanese and people like Krugman and others and Paul Krugman, I could have my problems with him, but as an economist in the 90s, as a world-class economist, I mean, he really did a really good analysis of what went on in Japan in the 90s, and he was writing about it in real time. That was really, really good stuff. Other stuff, I don't care what he has to say about his politics. I don't care, as most of them I don't care. But this debt situation, and Dalio talks about it, and Gunlodge talks to a certain extent, and Drucker, I mean, everybody talks about it. When is it going to finally happen? When is it going to get set off? We don't know. We don't know. Right now, Tracy, as you talk about, we've been going sideways. So the market goes, the 10-year US I'm talking about might go down to 3.8, but it might go up to 5.2. So you're going to sit here until you get that spark. And I don't know what will ignite it, but we are by economic history, in fragile times. And that's why people are running to different assets, whether it's Bitcoin and probably even equities to a certain extent. I watched that, the S&P bond spread, which has been a creation of mine, and I could say a creation of mine, especially in futures terms, since the late 80s, because I always thought the stocks have to be anchored to something. They can't exist out floating in space with no anchor to reality. And it's interest rates that will always anchor them. Can they break away from their mooring? Of course. And that's what we watch for. But you are really in some areas here where you are certainly price overextended. Am I picking a top? No, I'm not. As my dear mentor who brought me into this trading world taught me, there's only one bottom and one top. And I'll never be smart enough to pick either of them.
No, absolutely right. You and I have had many conversations about that, and let the tops form, let the bottoms form, and there's going to be a lot of meat on that bone to take advantage of after it happens. But I mean, we're limited time here, Ira. I could talk with you all day, but we've only got, it says a minute left, but we're gonna extend it a little bit into Pax's time. He won't mind, I'm sure. So I have to talk to you about equities just because you've mentioned them, but we have this runaway bull market. One one of the things that I learned early on was the Dow theory. I've talked with you about this as well. Like everything goes up. Once you start to see that, you go back to, this market, that this primary trend is intact. We've seen a lot of divergence in this rally. Does this rally have legs? Is it just focused on tech? What do you see happening here in the stock market?
Well, as I always pick certain sectors, and Anthony, as I pick from top down, so I look and I develop a picture. So I am in this realm of owning different things because people, Bitcoin's an asset as determined by the market. Gold is an asset, silver is an asset. They're all assets, but I see other assets out there that have value, and that's I like the commodity, certain sectors of the commodity. I like food. And I've talked about it, again, we're going to get into, I'm sorry, I'm going to go there, but Trump came in and he was going to help Main Street. But meanwhile, the farmers, and I believe it's because of Navarro's poor timing of his policies, but the farmers have really taken it on the chin. And last week, there were 3 articles, big articles about the low soybean prices. How long can this sustain itself? And Trump expect to hold on to power, because if the Democrats had a half a brain, they would be positioning themselves in the rural areas. It doesn't mean that they're going to win them, but it would certainly put it into play for 2026, which puts more pressure on the Trump White House to try. They're trying hard to get an ag deal done. Bessent failed miserably in Madrid recently because he was, I'm sure, thinking he was going to come away with a deal. And the Chinese are not fools. They understand 100% what's going on, and they understand the American political situation well enough to know the importance of how they're going to try to push for a deal here. I was tongue in cheek last night. I talked about, well, if Bessent wants China to buy soybeans, he should call them up last night and said, look, we know you're not wild about this very weak yen, because I could run that yen yuan chart, and we're breaking out to some recent highs, and the Chinese are very aware of what a weak yen means for their exports and for a lot of Asia. And Japan is utilizing this weak yen, which is why I'm surprised people sit quietly. I mean, the euro yen is making 34 year highs last night, 34-year highs, and those are very important historical highs. And Japan is killing Europe. We saw a deal a couple of weeks ago where the Australians bought 11 ships, mid-sized ships, and they made the deal with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and ThyssenKrupp, the German foundry. They were bidding on that deal too, but they couldn't price to what the Japanese were doing. So this has global ramifications. But tongue in cheek, I said, yeah. So if I was Bessent, I'd say, look, you buy my soybeans, and the Treasury will intervene to buy yen and push the yen higher and blow up the carry trade. Because, by the way, that was done in 1998 by Bob Rubin in June. So it's not like there's not historical precedent for it. But I was tongue in cheek on X, because you can play there and hopefully people get the. But these are things. So I'm looking at commodities. I still love a lot of the mining companies, although the gold miners have really taken off here.
Yeah. Well, Ira, we got to end it there. It's so great to see you, my friend. You look fabulous, baby.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to doing it again. I'm available when you guys want. I always enjoy you guys.
Perfect.
All right, Ira. We'll see you soon, my friend.
Thank you.
I love that man.
He's so great.
He is.
He's so great. Well,
he's forgotten about more, what he's forgotten about in macro.
Seriously.
I wouldn't even touch. Dude's unbelievable.
He is. He is.
Yeah. Well, quickly, because we got to get to Pax. Pax doesn't like us chewing up his time. He's gonna
Sorry,
come in
Pax. No, we have no data today. So quiet day. Literally no data today.
Yeah.
Just be aware of that. We have a couple Fed speakers, but nothing, I don't think anything pressing. So minus any news on the government shutdown, pretty quiet day.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll see you in chat. Thanks, Shai.
All right, thanks.
All right. Good morning.
You schmuck. I got to tell you, I could have listened to Ira for another hour. I cannot, I think I made it pretty clear in the chat. I cannot underestimate or I don't know what the word is. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of Ira Harris's influence on not just my trading, but on my life. I've got three great mentors, as do you, except for Judd, Mickey, Judd, and Ira. Ira took the time when I was a runner, on the trading floor, making $89 a week, minimum wage. I didn't take that job to make minimum wage. I took that job to become me. But when I was a runner on that trading floor, I had asked everybody who the big shots were so that I can go learn from them. And Ira was one of them. Everybody on the floor parted seas when Ira walked onto the floor. So I started to say good morning to him. He started to say good morning back to me. And then I started to ask him questions, and he took the time to answer those questions. 28 years later, that man still answers my questions. I talk to him once, twice a week. We text constantly. He comes into my group and he talks to my traders and gives his macro view and what positions he's looking at and what things he's doing, not just in the yield curve, but in the long bond, which I like to trade, 10-year, 5-year, 2-year, all the way through the curve, and what he's seen in equities. And he has helped me immensely. Not only that, but he was talking about his mentor, Lenny Feldman. Anthony, we're all derived. Me and you are derived from Lenny. I don't know if you remember Lenny. Lenny was at the tail end of this when you were down. He was a legend. And, and the fact that you've taken the time to be mentored and learn from Ira through the years means that Lenny is like one of your grandfather, in this business. And that is, there's line after line after line from old timers like Lenny Feldman. And one of them is this. If you come to trading with a big ego and a lot of money, you will soon leave with a lot of money. In these markets, take it easy because you can get run over trying to pick a top in this stuff. Like, that was a really good way of putting it, when he was talking about just kind of, at Lenny, there's only one eye and there's only one top, this isn't it. Let's let the top form and then we can sell it on the way down and make a lot of money. Anyway, so sorry about that. I just wanted to emphasize the importance of Ira's influence in my career.
Yeah, they don't make them like him anymore, and they won't. Unfortunately, there's, again, I talked about, learning from him and understanding context and nuance. And again, I would never expect anyone to understand the markets the way that Ira does, but what he has taught Pax and myself is context and nuance. Understand the context of the situation, find the nuance in your execution. And you take that same type of thinking and you could bring that down into your short-term trading. To me, that's what he's always helped me. What he's helped me do is slow things down, look at the environment, understand the situation, what's really happening. We all get caught in our own fast markets. We all get caught in looking at, short-term P&Ls. We all get caught in looking at what do I need today. And what Ira has helped me as a person and as a trader is slow things down, understand the big picture, why I'm here, be present in life, be present in my trading. And those are the types of things that really help people in a better trajectory of their career versus just like, hey, here's a good level to buy today. Anybody can show you that. What Ira's going to teach is a whole nother level of thinking to be, like you said, better people and just overall better traders. Pax, I want to go to the charts. I want to talk about bonds with you, as I wanted to show this with you. We crossed your area, and I talked about this morning. I think this is the most interesting chart right now. We'll get to gold and equities. But when you look at what's happened now, Pax, we failed at your quarterly pivot. It's the only one I think we're below out of the ones I'm watching that you and I talked about. Your next level is all the way down in like the 114 handles. What are you seeing here in 30s?
So Friday we tried to get above 116 quarter, and we did. I forget what the high was, 117 and change, 117, 12, 13 or something like that. I'd have to look at a chart, but off the top of my memory. And we failed off of that late in the day and started to come down, and we really, Tracy said it, if you zoom out, we have to zoom out. You can't look at bonds from a 5-minute or a 15-minute or a 30-minute even, unless you're looking for little short-term trades. But underneath here, we've got two levels, which is going to be 114.14 and then the huge level of 113.24. That's a long way to go. And we can, we're just banging around in this range. Let me look at it daily real quick to tell you, so I can take a look at where we need to get through on the dailies. 116.07. It's right there. 116.07 last week's low. The low of the month so far. 116.07 going into like 115.24. So 115.24 takes us down to 114.12, 114.14. And then underneath there, it's 113.24 pretty quickly. 113.24 is a series of old quarterly. It's this price is so very important. It's a series of old quarterly pivots, and it's where we open the year. So 113.24 is going to be the dividing line. Right now the bonds are 2 points and 10 ticks above where they open the year. We have been below it, we've been above it, and I want to get Ira's macro view on it, on the bonds a little bit more in light of the Japanese. What happened in Japan this weekend, and also what's going on with the indices still hovering here at all-time highs. It doesn't look like every time that the indices get some sort of a sell-off, it holds. I wanted to get Ira's thoughts on silver. I'll text him later. Silver came down to its quarterly pivot at 46.22, and it held last week. It sold off hard. I don't know whether that was just some covering, some profit taking, or if that was somebody pushing down to buy it a little bit better. But it reclaimed that 46.22 area fast, and now we're back above the high from last week, 48.10, on our way to the Hunt Brothers high of $50 and the 1982 high. 2011, but also 1982 high of $50 and change. We get above $50 and change, we'll have some long-term stops. So right now the 30-year is stuck in a range. Gold is running more. I love gold. Gold is the best trade. Gold is the only thing that I'm holding long term. I'm flat stocks. I flatten stocks up, on the way up here. I have in my retirement accounts, in my SEP IRAs, and all of my, in everything that we've got, I am completely flat stock. That I'm not calling a top. I'm long in my trading accounts from last Wednesday at 67, 24, and 26. But I'm flat stocks and I'm long gold and silver. But a lot of gold. And so I like to see gold run, and, bonds are just sitting. I don't want to own duration. I don't know, like Ira said, and Donnie Phillips talks about, I don't know who would want to be long or want to be buying bonds up here. It's a confusing market. And as Ira said, may we live in interesting times was not exactly a blessing. We live in interesting times.
I think the hardest thing for a lot of people to wrap their head around, Pax, and I want you to talk about this, is something we talked about this morning. I see a lot of people continue to talk about, well, there's something wrong. There's someone wrong, like a market, right? Is gold wrong? Is Bitcoin wrong? Bitcoin's
right.
at all-time highs. Gold's at all-time highs. Equities are at all-time highs. And I've had my thoughts about this as well. I'm not going to say that I haven't thought about it. And it's one of those things is where you come from where you and I did. We looked at that, and those types of things worked really well for good periods of times. And even Ira said, today is different. And we had Trader Vic on last week. I don't know if you were able to catch that. Victor Sperandio, and I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Another old school guy like Ira. He's like the New York Ira kind of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Different guy, but ultimately, again, he's like, you got to look at these as individual instruments. And it's like you hear guys like Ira say, today, this is not, the same type of thing, right? And Victor said the same thing. What are your thoughts when you see this, Pax? Like, what do you think? What are your thoughts on it?
Oh my Lord. I don't want to say this and have people run out and start selling equities, but I think the equity part, I think the bonds are telling the truth. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. But I could be just be talking my long-term outlook on the market. This is Anthony, and God almighty, we said this in the 64 handle, 64.98 to 65.12, when we hovered there, is that it seemed to me like we were trying to put in a top, and I said it over and over again. And every time we sold off hard from there a few times. Every time we sold off, it was bought. So all this money that is sloshing around in the world that has been created since quantitative easing in 2009, that just keeps pouring into the market. The capital needs to find a home, and there is an immense amount of capital that is out there that is completely, in my mind, confusing the old models. So the old macro models that we used to look at on the floor no longer seem applicable. That doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to protect myself. Capital preservation is more important to me, especially at this point in my life, than capital acceleration. I want to be able to pick my spots. I want to be able to make my trades. And if my trades turn into swings or they turn into longer term trend positions, like these longs in the S&P, well, that'll be good. That'll be nice. But if we start selling off and we start, if the indices start selling off, I will be aggressively short. Right now, I'm long a little bit. I'm a much better, and that's another thing. I'm a much better short than I'm a long. So, I could just be talking my strengths and not my weaknesses. The bonds are here's a whole nother thing. You remember the old flight to safety? Bonds rally, equities break. Bonds break, equities rally. 2018, when we started to sell off hard in the S&P from 29.44 down to 23.46, that inverse relationship between the equities and the bonds sort of changed. Bonds would rally, equities would rally. Bonds would rally more, equities would rally more. And similarly, they would sell off at the same time, except for different times like during COVID or, the break in 22. The SPOOs broke from 48.08 to 35.02. I mean, it's all very, very, very important to keep an eye on it. When they work in unison and those old models work, those are incredibly powerful trades that can make your career. Every trader needs to be consistent. Everybody needs to be consistent in what they're doing. But when the macro comes together with the technicals come together with what you've got on, those are career-making trades, and those are trades we all have to seek out. Meanwhile, take what you can out of the market, manage your expenses, and leave the rest. Go play golf, or or go sit in the sun, or just go make love to your wife. Go do something other than sitting here banging your head against the screen looking for ticks or points. You'll wind up driving yourself crazy, and you will miss those big career-making moves.
No, yeah. I mean, look, at you and I could talk about this forever about this. And, there are going to be moments, and I've said this for countless years, moments where things line up and you have to be able to be in the position to take advantage of it. I don't think this market right now is the easiest. I have definitely looked at this market and said there's some, there's certain things going on. Even it's like if I just focus on my technicals, it's like you're not getting any rotations. It's like, I took a stab at, I was short last week for like a day and a half and I right away covered it. The best thing I did was just cover it immediately because I'm like, I can live with that, right? It's just, this market is not like walking in and they're just handing me out these good, clean moves right now because of all these different dynamics of what's happening across the board. Again, context and nuance, Pax.
Context and nuance. And when this stuff turns lower, Anthony, the dip buyers are going to get run over, and that scares me.
Exactly.
It scares me.
Yeah. No. Well, who was pounding the table harder earlier this year when we were going down? And you and I were both short. We were talking about it, and that was a time where the bonds were going down very quickly, and I was looking at it going, I just got to be short because now the bonds mattered. Right now, the bonds don't matter. Right. If anything, you want to buy short term, just like what Ira said. He thinks that curve's going to steep in the 210. Who wants to buy anything 10 years and out in duration right now? Nobody, right?
Nobody.
So to me, where the bull market happens is on the short end of the curve.
And career-making trades, career-making trades, life-making trades happen on the short end of the curve, and in the indices when they cooperate. I'm sorry, I'm biting into Tanya now.
No, it's okay. Look it, you and I, it's just we could keep going, man. So, final thoughts coming into this Monday, Pax, and then we'll let you go and we'll go into Tanya.
Today is not going to be worth my money. Remember I talk about how I come into the market with the plan. I will take a couple of trades, but I will not let them be more than a couple of tick expense or scratch. Let's see what happens with the government shutdown. Hopefully that's all taken care of soon. And we start to see last week's, I'd like to see last week's unemployment numbers come out. And I'd like to see what that's going to do to the market. But until that time, I'm going to take it easy. I'm not willing to spend any money in this market. I'll take it. If the trade is easy, I'll take it. I don't anticipate much going on today. Let's see. So I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, everybody, make sure you go and download PAX's opening range indicator. I'm so happy that you did this. How many people each and every week are downloading at PAX? I'm going to tell you what, it's funny. Like, I've known your stuff, but now actually seeing it on the screen has been massively helpful for me because, you know, I'm a visual guy, right? And even though I know the rotations and I could see what the opening range is, but when it's actually just printing it for us, it's been great. I know all of your people have been loving it as well. So
Oh,
download
absolutely.
PAX's opening range indicator. All right, man. I love you, my brother. Wasn't that great having
Love you too,
Ira
man.
here today too?
It was great. You know, a lot of people follow, all of you guys follow, all of these new traders follow these unknown people that speak with confidence and pretend they know what they're doing. You know, you want to follow somebody that is known industry wide in this business, and that's Ira Harris. Learn from that man and
All right.
us.
All right, Pax. I'll see you later.
All right, Ant. I love you too. Hey, thanks for the call back yesterday.
I forgot to call him back. You know what? I called him on the way to something, then I got twisted and turned and pulled into different things, and I got to call him back. See, Merritt. You see what happens? They're doing it now right before I pull out, right before we pull off. Right now, Pax is giving me a little dig right before we go, but he knows. He knows I love him. I'll call him later and bust his chops. But anyway, we chewed into enough time. Today's for Mondays. What are Mondays? All about Tanya. Cool, calm, and collected. I always say that about Tanya because if you've had a chance to join us on Monday mornings, Tanya does such a fantastic job at setting the tone for the week. One of the things I talked about this morning with Ira and how he's helped me as a trader and as a person is to slow things down. I think Tanya is one of the best when it comes in to a Monday morning. Come in, slow things down, wait for your setup. So let's not wait any longer. It's time to trade the open with Tanya. Good morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Deli. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. We went old school in Crudele's life this morning. We had Ira on, and then we had Pax, and now we've got new school with you. And one of the things I talked about before having you come on is what I love about your Monday shows each and every week is helping traders set the tone by coming in and not being in a hurry to click the button. You do such a fantastic job with that each and every week. And I know we've talked about this before, but how much time do you spend in the morning just like mentally slowing things down? I don't know if maybe that's just who you are as a person, but coming in and just allowing the week to present itself to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important everyone has like a daily routine that they get into. Whether it's like first in the morning, I like to make sure I wake up in the way that you can wake up quicker is like you just go outside, get some sunlight in your eyes, you eat some food, I put on a playlist every morning, the same one that gets me like pumped up for the day to get the energy juices flowing. And then when I sit down, then it's like, all right, then I feel the energy to then focus. And those are both finite sources that people I think forget about. As like the trading session goes on, you have less and less energy and focus and concentration that you're like, everyone has like a finite amount. So, and as well as patience. So it's important to like come in remembering that and then understanding, okay, is this kind of market, is this kind of setup worth my, reserves essentially and my money? Because not only are you using your financial capital, you're using your mental capital as well. So just coming in with that is really important and understanding like, okay, is this worth my, the money that you're going to put down? Like what Pax says, it's a business expense. And then you just follow through with that. And that's basically it. As long as you have that plan with your trading and then also with your like mental state, I think you'll be fine. So that's what I try to role model here on the NinjaTrader live.
Yeah, no, it's an agreement with yourself to come in and, to treat this like a business, and we talk about that, but it's really, for me, it's always been exactly what you said, coming in and just like doing certain things to get me in the right state of mind, because before I would talk about things like, oh, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that, I'm going to be ready, and then until I actually put some things in place that help me get into that better mental state, I always struggled. Now I do a consistent amount of things every single morning to get myself in a position to be able to think clearly, to be able to slow things down. People don't talk about that process nearly enough, but it's equally important to the technical one. Speaking of technicals, let's take a look at your charts.
Lovely. Great. Yeah, it seems that, I mean, this market is crazy. We have government shutdown and you're just continually making those all-time highs every day. Um, Here, NASDAQ took out Friday's high. Yes, not yet. So that's what I've marked down on my charts. And this is now the hourly here. And on Friday, we had a push lower. NASDAQ took out this low here, this local low, and ES didn't, the previous daily low. So, I mean, I'm kind of 50-50 neutral here. What's the chat say for for their bias? I'm just wondering.
See what Chad. So 520 votes so far. 56% bullish, 22% bearish, 22% neutral.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, with this kind of market, you could just, if you go on like the daily, what happened on Friday, we took out the previous daily high and the low. So we had an outside candle, I think Sarah likes to call that. While ES took out the high, and then now we're just like having an inside day on ES. NASDAQ took out that high. We're like gapping up a bit. We're up 0.8% on the NASDAQ. So, I mean, I just got to let this kind of digest for the first part of the morning, I think. Unless there's a good short setup where with that divergence at the Friday's high, then maybe I'd try shorts. But honestly, it's so hard the shorts are very, how would you say, short-lived.
Short-lived, exactly. You read my mind. Yeah.
In this market, and that pun was not intended, but now I will. Yeah, it is intended now. And yeah, like I can't be too greedy with them. And also like so many times the shorts just end up. You might just go take out the first target, the first local low, and then that's it. That's enough for the market to reverse and go back to all-time highs. So. I mean, I'd much rather just long during this market. Seems like it's just it never runs out of steam.
No, it doesn't seem like it, does it? It's just consistently bid. And I was talking about it earlier. It's not the easiest for day traders because the pullbacks are narrow and it's like, okay, do I want to step in here? It's not the easiest, even for short-term traders, to manage risk when you're up here and you don't really have you have no daily technicals, really. You're above all moving averages. You're above everything. Everything is like, we're guessing as we get up into here because there's been no previous prices traded here. So you have to be really focused on the short term, which I think for day traders, really, it's a benefit to being a short-term trader right now versus like the longer-term traders are just kind of sitting there. It's why volume goes down as we go higher because you get into swing traders or long-term position traders are like, not much for us to do here. But short-term traders are going to make that tape, paint the tape, as some of our other people say on this network, on days like today.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes it's just better to let that bigger move happen, and then you could come in afterwards. Like Pax said, I think there's going to be a time where there's a local top. Now it's just not the time right now. So there's just not a lot of follow through on the downside, and it's just easier to play the upside in the meantime. Shorts for maybe honestly no longer than an hour. It doesn't last longer than an hour. So yeah, I'm just gonna come in today with an open mind. There's also no news like Shy Girl said earlier. So yeah, I mean, and unless there's any sort of random headlines about government shutdowns or tariffs, then we'll play off of that. But as in in the economic data, nothing today.
Yeah, real quiet. Well, let's talk about a couple of things that we can talk about before I leave you here this morning. First off, we're near the 150,000 subscriber count. So if you're tuning in today, please hit like and subscribe. We're only 160 away, where we'll be giving away we're really doing a whole week of giveaways for 150K, all sorts of fun stuff we'll be doing. So please help us and get to 150,000, which could be today. But coming up in the next couple of weeks, we are going to have the new Arena Cup. This is a big deal, everybody. We are going to be giving away $400,000 in cash prizes. Now, there's 3 qualifiers. There's going to be one on October 20th, one on October 27th, one on Monday, November 3rd. And you're going to be able to win money each one of those qualifiers. And only the top percentage of qualifiers are going to move on to the championship round, which will be on Monday, November 17th. But you'll still be winning prizes, cash prizes, in each of the qualifiers. So you're going to have your chance to win as we go on to that big championship round, which is on November 17th, and we're giving away $100,000 to the winner. That's a big payout for a sim challenge. 100K.
Yeah,
Dude,
never
you know, I know a lot of people are probably at Ninja are probably making up different emails to try to go in there with that 100K. I'm kidding, but I won't be doing that. But we're going to have a ton of people in there going in. You'll be in there, Tanya, Pax, everybody, and a lot of new faces as well. We're really opening this up to a lot of new people coming into NinjaTrader Live. So make sure you sign up. That link is in there. And I know that, you guys will all be putting tweets and stuff out throughout the next couple of weeks. We're having 30,000 people, which sounds like a lot, but I think we're going to fill that quickly, Tanya.
I mean, it's the best type of challenge I've seen yet. The biggest amount of prizes, and you got literally nothing to lose, so you might as well compete.
Yep, no doubt. All right, I will leave you there. Again, love having you set the tone for us here at NinjaTrader Live for the network for the week on Monday mornings. Everyone in chat, show some love for Tanya. Like I said, hit like and subscribe. Tanya, I will see you next week.
Ciao. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, definitely check out that link. It's in the chat to enter that Arena Cup. That is just insane. Never seen $400,000 in cash prizes. That's just speaks for itself. Yeah, I don't even have to push that. If you're smart, you'll enter. So here we are. It's 9:16 a.m. We have 15 minutes until the open. Yeah, you guys did vote pretty much 55% bullish, 22% neutral, and the rest bearish. So here we are. All-time highs. Nasdaq took out previous day high, like with a jagged spike there. Still holding up these 15-minute fair value gaps. So I mean, honestly, for the shorts, maybe there could be a divergence there, but only if sort of ES is actually a little weaker. So that's a good thing, but only if NASDAQ kind of, I would say, fails below 25,150, that level. I would kind of look for continuation down to 25.45. That would be a little tricky because I assume that once ES does hit that London low, might be another divergence. Like we've just getting all of them throughout the session. So we'll see how we start out. Nasdaq's definitely stronger in the morning, but if we see ES now kind of pick up and play catch up, then no more divergences. And we sort of have been seeing that a lot of times, just rotations throughout the session with one index just getting stronger than the other and then them switching places. So we'll see. What's new with you guys? You guys have a good weekend? I had a good week. I had a golf lesson. So on short game again. And I actually got stronger because I've been working out. I've been saying like I've been having like my personal trainer. And I was shocked. I'm like hitting the ball like 10 to 15 yards more. So I had to adjust what I had in my notes for my yardages actually. I am feeling better. Thank you. Cars and football said too many people made money going long. Way too many people who are long. Well, you can't just go with that mentality because that's kind of the mentality that'll just kind of keep it going higher. As soon as you think like it's not going to keep going up, it's just going to do that 3 more times. 7:30. properly fitted clubs will also increase distance. Yeah, I'll get there when I get there for that. Like, I feel like, I want to do it the right way when I get fitted. So first got to get a little bit better. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 10 minutes till the open, you guys. Mark out some 8:30 open, so I have that kind of point of reference. Mm-hmm. Midnight open here. Hmm. I don't think I need this. I don't think I had anything there. Yes, they're quite close to each other. Yeah, yes, it's a lot smaller range here. The midnight open is probably like 5 points or 6 points away from the 8:30 open. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 7 minutes till the open. Honestly, Mondays, yeah, you never want to just come guns blazing on a Monday. So that's why we set the tone here. Don't want to be a degenerate, right? It's all about the agreement you have with yourself, right? That's where your confidence comes from, just keeping promises to yourself, knowing that you won't be a degenerate. That's how I always end my my streams on my YouTube. Go like, don't be a degenerate. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, that's what I was marked out. Is that was previous day high? Yeah. Okay. On Nasdaq here, previous daily high. But it's good to label. Right. Let's get ready to rumble. Boom, 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 boom. 5 minutes. Yeah, so I mean, I look at the 4 hour, I look at the 15 minute. I mean, for the 4 hour, Nasdaq took out that previous daily high. Yes, didn't take it out, but it took out a previous 4 hour high. We have this wick at London low. But we have SMT here from that Friday low, right? Because Nasdaq took out a previous daily low and ES didn't there. So at that point, Nasdaq already took out the high here for that upside for all-time highs. But let me just see from here to here, did we retrace to 50% there? No, we didn't. Oh, cool. The fact that like we are holding even just this 730 low just shows so much strength, and even this push up from this leg up. I mean, we're just so strong right now. Trace just in this leg and it's holding up. But don't worry. I mean, what was it like? I think it was like Friday. Is it on Friday that we had yeah. We start off the day a couple times now with that huge push up. And then it didn't hold. Um takes out that local low and then it goes back up again. So it's not even that easiest to be always longing. I mean, I like to that there's a manipulation at a low first or a divergence to be longing. It's just so much easier because you don't know when the music's gonna stop. All right. Yeah, yes, more of just sideways. So yeah, Nasdaq's like up 0.8% right now, almost 0.9%. ES is up 0.36%. 1 minute and 15 seconds until the open. Dropped a pen. I have a million pens. Okay. So I'm gonna just write down what my thoughts are. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Here we are. Here's the open. Start out always on like the 15-minute to see what we're doing. We came up to the 8:30 open for NASDAQ. And yes, we're dropping a bit there. What do you guys think? Do you think today's going to be a choppy day, or is it going to have, I don't know, fast open? I mean, the fact that we have barely any news. We didn't really take out any upside or downside in the first 2 minutes. So let's see, we'll see. See if there's any fall through to the downside. I mean, that would be nice. I said I would want us to have an inversion on the 15-minute and change of state of delivery for me to want to really go for more downside. Like just taking out this low wouldn't be enough because this is just a low of more P periods below it, a fair value gap and order block. ES, did take out this on the contrary. So maybe if ES does break this, maybe I'll find an ES short here. Well, we'll kind of play it by ear there. That is weaker. Don't really want to be part of it if it looks just like a barcode, right? Just that would suck. Cool. Nasdaq's now below. So let's see if it holds below and closes below this. Like ideally it would close like this 15-minute closes below. It's 21, 52, 53 area. Meanwhile, ES is kind of slower. Meanwhile, it started off weaker. Nasdaq's already below this 9:15 low. 9 a.m. low, I mean. Yeah, so I want to be careful that I'm not going to short too early. Like right now, I said there's not the confirmation's not there yet. I want to see on the 15 how this. So basically, I'll know soon based on how this 15-minute closes. Maybe we'll have a fast open finally on a Monday. It'll be cool. Or like finally there's something for my strategy. Mark out ES to see you. So it did break this local low. There's just no fair value gaps except for up here. Yeah, I think I'll just wait for that NASDAQ confirmation because I mean, like I've seen earlier, just the NASDAQ was breaking a little bit lower here before ES was. So rather participate with NASDAQ. I just worry that ES might just be barcoding. Yeah. Guess I'll just see when this 15-minute closes. So you have to think about we have a gap up for regular trading hours. I mean, this is where it ended on Friday, right? And then at a 6 p.m. open on Sunday, we gapped up a tiny bit and we just kept pushing up. So if there will be a reversal, I mean, maybe it could go for more of a gap fill, but still no confirmation there for me. Nasdaq kind of just wicking. The wicks really be wicking nowadays. Let's see. 7 minutes left though. 5 minute. There's no FEG on the way down. Let's see. Lower. This like so I can see. Okay, the 3 minute. So this would be if someone is kind of like wanted early without the confirmation and was really into the trying a short here, then they would. But I'm not doing that because, like I said, I'm waiting for more confirmation. But I'm taking that into account for if it does continue to follow bearishness here. That would be like the first rejection. See, on this 3 minute. See how this ends up going, and then it would be great. And then if it continues lower, and then on the 15-minute confirms there for me, that'd be nice. Let's get it rejected there. See if there's more fall through to the downside. I mean, that'll be good. Especially on the 5, or this is the 3, but I think on the 5, there's also like a little low here. Pretty much equal lows right now there. So, all right, we have about 5 minutes. I mean, I want this to drop here, and like that would be great. And then leave another swing high there to go short versus that, but they're still wicking for NASDAQ. ES is having some follow through. Good. That's good. That's good. Let's see if NASDAQ fall through too. Bum, 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 bum. This is good. I'm happy with it. Let's see more bleeding. And that would leave like another swing high there. Basically, yeah, there's 2 minutes left. I want to see how this 15-minute closes. Ideally, we close, like I said, I want it to close below this. Unless 155. Oh, that looks good. Nice. All right, cool. As long as it doesn't push up now in the next 1.5 minutes. All right, that was a nice drop there. ES is really close to that London. All right, cool. Let's see this. Right, what time is it? It's 9:44. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. 20 seconds left until this confirms. It seems like it will. That's good. All right. Now's the part where I gotta figure out an entry. Actually, like, honestly, I like this entry and just put a stop up there. Yeah, kind of like that one. But look at the 15 coming back into here. Yeah, I think I'll just have to enter now. But enter now. $40-point stop or so. 33. That's just about to be 50%, 169. All right, I'm gonna try that. Short. All right. London low's all the way down here. At least ES should get to London low. So I'll be watching ES. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put this in a position. What am I? I'm like risking 28 to make. Oh, depends. It's gonna be dynamic how much where I want to take off, but even to this low, new low would be 28 to make 50. And yeah, let's see if it falls apart. I don't really want us to consolidate here. I want us to break below this low and go further lower. It'd be nice. But I like on the 15-minute, right? We did what I said I wanted to see happen. We closed below here and here. My stop is, yeah, so basically we just actually even closed below we didn't close below it, but we took out this low. So bearish breaker. I think that there's resistance here. My stop's pretty much even above this 15-minute FEG. So I think that's enough of a stop. And I shorted from here to here, just 50% because there wasn't really the cleanest there wasn't really an FEG in this leg from here to here that wasn't in a premium. So, oh my gosh, okay. My stop's that leg high here, the second leg. Because I liked on the 3-minute how we rejected that, right? So if you want, sometimes if you want to be more chill, just look on the 3 or 2 when you're managing your position, right? What did I kind of just entered like on a 1 rejection on an order block. Yeah. So far, so good. ES was about to hit that London low. I mean, I might take off just 1 contract soon. But we'll see. Let's still come back up. But I like that we closed below this low. Now let's see how if we hold this FEG to the downside, that would be brilliant. That would be ideal. Right? That would be ideal. And then even if we break that low, then could just partial trail the works. If it works. So I'm sure there's people in the chat telling me I'm wrong. So wild. Even ES made I like that it made an equal low there. I feel like it might take it out then soon. It's like developing equal lows there. So let's just monitor ES. It is a little weaker. It's good. Be perfect if we reject from here and go lower. Let's see though. You always get what you want. So some people might just be shorting from here because they waited for a retracement and then it did invert this and it broke this low. I mean, some people might be short this versus this, and I don't see why not. It seems decent. It's another potential idea. I guess we'll just find out. We have 7 minutes until this next 15-minute candle closes. It's always the best when there's like on the 15 minutes, just kind of one way, right? In the morning. So it'll be nice if this one closes red as well, closes down. All right. Let's see. To pay attention, make sure I'm paying attention. When ES hits the London low, hopefully NASDAQ is also weak. And this is the London low. 71.75. If it hits it, yeah. Could still, all in all, I'm always like thinking about, oh, I could still be wrong. This could still, even though I like my entry pretty good. It's barely in drawdown, push down. Yeah. Don't want to, you don't want to get carried away. I'm in profit, but sometimes the market also just sucks and then it comes back up. Okay, here, ES, new low session. Oh my gosh, NASDAQ, come on, catch up to the downside. It'll be nice. Just puke. Be perfect. NASDAQ break below this low and close below it. Yeah, 5 minutes until this next 15-minute candle closes. So whatever. We still got time. We got time. All right. ES made an equal low at London low. Just didn't hit it, take it out yet. Didn't tick below it yet. Puke. Oh my gosh. Yeah, all this is like, yeah, I'm in profit, but it's still, I don't know, not my favorite action. We're just hanging around where I had with those levels for the 15-minute change in state of delivery and the last 15-minute basically inversion. ES didn't like puke below London low yet, so let's see if it will. Ideally it will. I know we're looking for like some gap fills too. Would be nice on ES. The gap fill would be like 67, 60s. I've been in this trade for 9 minutes, so okay. ES took out the London low. Let's see how NASDAQ closes here on the 15. 3 minutes till it closes. It'd be nice NASDAQ puke below this low. I don't even know why is it hanging on for so long here. It's so annoying. I got spooked by that edge alert above above me. Oh my god, it's funny. Okay, pay attention, pay attention. You guys just took that London low. I really want NASDAQ to come back up again. Nice. For now. This is what I'm saying, is that the shorts are so short-lived, right? I really don't like that candle. You can hold up there. See what happens now. In the 15-minute, we just came back into that 15-minute fair value gap. So I really need to like drop now. Yes, it's dropping new low day again now. So I mean, I would think that's then the manipulation. So I don't want it to come back up now. That's the start of the next 15-minute. So let's see it drop. Yes, it's dropping. Yes, about to go for that gap fill. 63. Right, NASDAQ. Now you gotta puke for me. Swear if I'm stuck in like a consolidation. All right, let's see. These are equal lows here. Let's knock these guys out. At least. Now my stop's like literally 10 points, so. Bro, this is wild. We're just barcoding here. It's about to come back up again to my break even again. See if it rejects here. I mean, ES is a lot weaker. All right, well, I'm not in that position anymore. Took a tiny stop there, negative 10 points. Yes, I mean, should have probably just, yeah, yes, dropped there. How many times? Once, twice. Nasdaq didn't want to make a new low session. So I guess we'll just see now. Rejected here, yeah. This looked so good. Came back up again. So I don't really like this anymore. Let's see. The long side's possible with this London low not taken on NASDAQ. But right now on the 15, what are we doing? We're just retracing again into this. If the longs are going to be in play, I'd want to see yes, break a swing high with displacement. The thing is, even on the one here, NASDAQ, it's not making another displacement here above this. All right. So let me go back to 15, just zoom out. Do what I wanted it to do, which is close below this up close series of candles. So I mean, maybe it just needs to come back into this 15-minute again and then drop. But what I'm worried about is this divergence at the London low with ES, right? ES now, I think it just had that gap fill. Or just about. Didn't get there yet. Right, because this was where it came back into the 15-minute FEG here. It tried to drop down again. So I put my stop there again because I'm like, all right, should drop now. And we didn't. We're just consolidating. So if it broke another low with a displacement, I'd go in again for shorts. But I'm just really not getting that. We're also not getting a push higher though for ES to me to think for longs. So I'm kind of prepared to maybe jump back into shorts if we break below this low. Break back below 140. See, really the worst possible thing is for us to just barcode. all super efficient. There's no FEG there. Let's see. There's here on the 2. Okay. All right, I'm gonna be ready to short this soon. I'll try again. All right, I'm gonna just go in here soon. We've failed this. All right, I'm in. See it. Disrespect this and then go lower. It'd be perfect. If it goes back up to here, then we're just, I mean, I'd probably just chased. But we'll see. Or I'm wrong, which is fine either way. But I'm gonna go for that. 1 minute, 15 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute displacement. I just figured if it just continues to drop here, it's still a good RR for me to just short right there, which is why I just went in with that. It's a good RR, even if it does retrace, because I pictured it not retracing from it being so efficient. I obviously don't love that I'm already in drawdown right away. But yeah, hold this. No, not like nervous about it. We're just gonna see how this ends up faring here, this 2 minute. I'm moderate on a 2 minute. I think I like it. Let's see. This closes soon. So I'm looking for continuation. Even for ES, I think it has more continuation to go down and fill that gap. Yeah, pretty much like trading this 15 minute. Where's the 15 minute high there? Which is 179. To see if there's more continuation later in for the New York session to the downside. Yeah, I like it. The ES here on the 5 or the 15. It's honestly starting to gain. But let's see. I thought ES is going higher again. Don't like it. Probably chase that. Yeah, I don't really love my short much anymore because of this ES displacement to the upside. I'm sure there's people in the chat telling me, Tanya, no, Tanya, get out. But I'm gonna just see what happens here for ES, or I'll get stopped out. It's fine. Yeah, I'd rather not take a bunch of positions. Like still, it's not like NASDAQ had any sort of push up there, even on the 30-second, I doubt it. So we did here, but not over a high. So unfortunately, I shorted in consolidation and at a range low when I was looking for continuation, when I mean ES was looking like this. So it's like more likely than not, this is not going to work out well. This is kind of like it's hanging around here for such a long time. We're not having such fast movement. What time is it? 10:19. 10:19, let's see. Right, it's the first 5 minutes of the next 15-minute candle. I'm just basically short versus the high of the last 15 minute to go for more continuation lower down to here. And it's a decent trade if we have that continuation lower for gap fill and more, but be nicer if it was started out faster this to the downside rather than we're hanging out up here so much. But I gotta just continue holding this, even if I kind of chased it. Still a good RR, so we'll see. I want CES come back down here and just not have a strong reaction to this, kind of just drop to the downside. 1 minute candles to the downside, the same size as it did to the upside. That would be perfect. So it's a way more chiller if I'm looking at this on the 15-minute perspective than, you know, the 1 minute where it is just barcoding there right now. Yep. All right. Well, we have no continuation of downside. ES pushing up again. Yeah, maybe this is where I have to flip. I have to find a good flip. That's the thing. Or, I just take the L today. Let's see. I just hate not like ES now is the stronger one, right? That's what I said throughout the session. We just decide to switch. So did this, pushed up, whatever, dude. We just go back down. I'm not going to entice. I'm not shorting again. I already tried twice. The first one, so I took like one full stop, essentially, a little bit more, because the first one I did trail a lot. Then I tried again. It was looking decent. But now where it got stopped out here, it's not like we displaced past it, right? So it's kind of annoying, definitely annoying. Because then it's like, oh, if I want to flip, it's not really giving me a good reason to go for long. It's not really giving me a good structure to go for long either. Mm. See ES on a 15-minute now. It's really not giving me a great structure for longs. So the shorts, super hard to be a short, right? Why are we doing this? Back and forth whips out the high, and then it just way back into this range again. I don't know. Yeah. This is a point where I'm like, all right, let me take a little seat back and see what the next data will show. Next few candles. Touch this. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, now NASDAQ is weaker than ES. Hmm. So annoying. All right. I shorted there at first, put my stop there. I never went to here. Back and forth, shorted again, stopped there. Like really, unless, yeah, I don't know. It would need to close below low for me to even to consider going short again. But you can see now ES is stronger here after taking out that London low. Don't need this anymore. Those are the previous equal lows. Mm-hmm. See on the 15 here. Midnight open, 8:30 open. I know what ES does after it takes, if it takes this out, comes back into this 15-minute FEG. Let's find out if NASDAQ takes out that low again. For me to get in, like I said, it would have to be pretty convincingly like closing below this low. Mm-hmm. The 5. I'm trying to just see if there's going to be any other good entries soon, potentially. I don't know. This could also just be barcoding back and forth. Maybe it doesn't even break this low, just like we said. It would need to be convincing. Meaning like I would want it to close below. The 5-minute. The 2-minute. Okay. 1-minute. Yes, it's still all the way up here. I'm gonna wait until this 5-minute closes. Yes, is making trudging higher. That's what I don't like. If I end up going for another trade during the session, I'll go half lower sizing, whichever way it be, because they're just not in sync. Right, the 15-minute for ES is up here. Could see it come back and reject here, but oh, we didn't make a displacement below this when we broke it. There's no displacement unless it's all the way up here. ES is still up here, so that's why I didn't enter shorts again yet. But I mean, I could see the potential lining up. We'll see. Just kind of like flipping through to find if there's any good FEG to take. Maybe on the 5. Nasdaq's dropping. After, of course, it had to wick me out here, right? All right, let's see. This is the 2. This is the push down. Close blowed here. All right. 3-minute. Here, 5-minute. I mean, it's just kind of wonky. This is all efficiently traded all the way down to here. Let me just mark out the 1-minute FEG and then see where that lines up with on the 5 and such. Like the thing is, I can see this breaker here, and on the 2-minute that we kind of already did come back into it and reject. But I mean, that's what I did earlier already when I entered around here. I'm not going to be worried about missing a trade. I'll find another one. I mean, we're quite far from London low. Like I could still find something if it continues to bleed, like with some displacement, with some energy. But we'll see. Like the worst thing to happen right now is if I enter another trade and it's just consolidating back up again. It was new low day for NASDAQ. ES pushing up and back up into this. I want to see if maybe what it needs to do is come up to here and reject. And those started off the day quite weak. Let's see, it's 10:37. 5 minute. It's a little messy, right? But 5 minute, okay, it's down here. And we have one forming here. So I'll just draw a fib from here to here. It's not that serious. And this is a breaker to the downside. So if I were to, which I don't even know if I will, but if I were to enter another short, then, I'd be short versus 79. Let's see what ES does here when it reaches to 781 level. It's a 15-minute fair value gap. So all it's been doing is going slow grind up there. If we're just barcoding, the NASDAQ won't respect this, but if we're not, then we'll have a rejection. Let's see. This isn't a premium. Oh, ES. A little bit of a drop there. We didn't even reach up to the 15-minute yet, so. Let's see. It'll be good if we go below this. This is going to be even more confirmation for NASDAQ to go short. And then if that would be just like my second try to short and final trade for the session. So let's see how it goes. Let's see. Maybe we'll get some more speed going to the 11 o'clock hour. Great, we took it out. All right. See what ES does. But honestly, I am ready to try one more time. See the 1 minute. Okay, so it would be on the 5. Do the 15 again. Yeah. I mean, I could see this market maker sell model playing out. I don't want to miss that. ES just broke this low. It has this potential. You would want ES to reject from there, unless it wants to reach into that 15-minute, but it just broke this 1 minute low, finally. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end up putting one more try for the shorts, but I want to get a good fill on it, so I'd probably put it in this 5 minute here. Let's see. Broke this low. Has a displacement here, to be honest with you, yeah. Yeah, I'll put a fill in the 5. Or should I just, what time is it? 10:44. All right. Let's see, you guys. I mean, this is the tough part. I'm just waiting right now still. Yeah, look at this 1 minute wick. So I don't love. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until it kind of retraces into here, and then if it has some sort of, I'll wait on for a 1 minute inversion or something, because what I don't want to happen is that ES just comes here and just shoots up. So let's see. Let's see. Is it annoying that this, yeah, it wicked me out here and then it just dropped down to new low of day? But it's not really more downside yet. Could be. I'll be ready. It wants to make another swing high and then drop again. Yeah, again, I'm just like kind of just flipping through the time frames here. And where is this? This is from here to here. Okay. These wicks are just wild. Okay. All right, it's about to be 10:50. So see if there'll be a 10:50 to 11:10 macro trade. There's too many, just too many. All right. We're breaking above this. So that's what I'm gonna kind of monitor to see if this is gonna hold the bullishness or we're gonna invert. And then I'd probably enter on an inversion to the downside or something like that. So otherwise, that's another divergence. ES just so much stronger. So let's see ES coming into this 15-minute now. And I mean, ideally for the shorts, what I want to see is reject here and we have some more follow through to the downside. But like we've seen, not much follow through. We have about 100-point range here for NASDAQ for the morning session. Okay. See what ES is doing. Yeah, this is irrelevant. We're up in this 15-minute. We didn't even come to the 15-minute yet. So, I mean, I'm just waiting. Just waiting. Let's see what happens to this inversion, essentially, if it's going to form. Let's see. That's what I'm going to look for. Yeah. See if this is going to reject from here, have some sort of follow through. There's an SMT there. The high and the low. Okay. You guys, honestly, it's been quite boring here. This, I was hopeful from the start of the session, but yeah, that was kind of it. Let's see from here. Yes, it's had relatively a much larger range there. There's no inversion there on the 1 minute that would want to make me go short there. So it could dig deeper into here, and yes, didn't even dig into here yet. So it's kind of no point me putting risk there right now. All right. What's going to happen here? Will we have some sort of break of a low? We'll see. This is just, I don't know. I can't frame the long side for and if anyone's like you should go long. I just can't frame the long side. I'm looking at the charts on the 15. I just don't see it. Yeah. I'd much rather just try short one more time. Plus that would be pretty like I didn't close below it yet. It would be pretty small risk. So Go on, girl, give us nothing. Okay, let's see. I'm like switch to the 30-second now because if I get into a trade, I want it to be kind of like a quick one. You know, it would be a small stop. If we just continue to barcode here and there's nothing I can do. All right, time to try short one more time there. I'm in. Why? Because we did close below that level. Let's see. And where's my fill out? I mean, like I said, London low is ideal. That would be I mean, we would definitely whip out the money gun if it got to London low. But obviously, wherever, I think Stowe just laughed. See, yeah. And then, let me concentrate here. This broke below this. That's good. There, this. Okay, let's see if we have, I mean, this is the previous, yeah, okay. Previous low day there. Let's see if we get back down to there.
We talking about the money gun?
34. I'm risking 20. points. I mean, yeah, if it gets to 45, I'm risking 24 points to make 90 points out. It's money gun worthy.
Hell yeah, let's go.
But we gotta really see. There's totally a possibility it's just gonna chop back up to my stop because I mean, it's kind of been doing that today. And
Yep.
this is sort of me giving it like, oh, it's the end of the hourly session. Maybe something will come in where we'll get a sustained drop. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Love it.
Kind of yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think Stowe's hi Stowe. Yeah, so I'm just trying to see here. See.
I am also short.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I don't know what NQ is up to. ES is playing a little nicer today, but this short isn't really going anywhere either. So I don't really know what to think about it. NQ keeps finding this bid at like 120, 130. Like infinite buyer right there. So I don't know.
40. Yeah.
Yeah, NQ's in a different mood than ES is today for sure.
Whatever. I'm gonna let it go because I know that I wouldn't be able to like forgive myself if I missed the short, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
On all my high time frame stuff, we're looking at rotation back out of extreme monthly trend, at least below on ES, it's below like 84. And then on NQ, it's kind of like right here. Let me find it. Yeah, this is like a little bit of a battle zone right here. This 145 to 150.
Yeah. Hopefully, the shorts win.
Yep. I mean, it would be good. I would like a nice healthy rotation back at least to, oh Lord, look at how far away the weekly open is on NQ though. Holy mackerel. All the way back at 25K? That's crazy.
The weekly what?
The weekly open. So I look at I use that as a pivot for the week. It's where it's just a Sunday Globex open.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. That's
Yep.
why I'm kind of like short biased and the 15-minute looks bearish.
Yeah.
And we've had some 1 or 2 minutes. Let's see, we're 5 points away from my stop here. Let's see. I mean,
There's I forget what the stat is specifically, but it is one of the few stats that I pay attention to all the time. That is the weekly open is touched on Monday or Tuesday. It's like 70, 80% of the time, somewhere in that range. ES hit its already though. So ES weekly open was 67, 68. So that's why I'm like, man, NQ is just really on the move.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got stopped. Yeah. ES dropped down there. Okay. Whatever. Shorts for NASDAQ to continue was not the move today. And it kind of threw me up and down today. Damn. But whatever. Took 2 losses. Yeah.
It's all good, man. That happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly don't really mind it that much, but it was just annoying.
Yep.
Mad annoying. Yes. Yeah, yes, just try. The thing is for like the long, I just don't see the long side. Like when you're like, oh, let me see if I can flip, I just don't see it. So I'd rather just try another short. Maybe it's a little bit too short of a stop, or it's just a little bit, the environment's just back and forth.
I mean, I don't see if this makes you feel any better, and nobody looks for the long side more than me.
Right.
I don't see it either. Not up here anyway. This is like a very awkward place to initiate a long. So I haven't had any trades until right now when I just put one lot short on at 80 and I'm still in it, but I don't know. I don't necessarily know what it's gonna do.
80? Oh, yeah, that's a good fill. Yeah. that's the thing, is that like for the long side, it doesn't look like it wants to get there either. So it's just gonna go back and forth,
Yeah.
whipsaw people.
Well, this is the other thing too that is a typical short setup for me. I mean, NQ is doing it. It was, opening drive down, and then it's rejected the other side of its balance a couple times. So I'm in theory liking the short. It just needs to get through. London always bangs me around a little bit, especially when I'm trying to be short into its close. So that's probably part of it as well. But this is very clean on ES. So it rejected its view up a couple times, and then now we're on the other side of balance. So
Yeah.
I'm just one tiny short guy trying to get to the other side. We'll see. I'm probably getting stopped too.
I mean, no, you have a really good fill, so no, I'm rooting for you. That's the thing, is like, yeah, yes, it's now coming back and it's 15-minute fair value gap. I mean, it's definitely come a long way since that hitting below the Sunday open, tapping there. So this could be where it starts to reject again. But like I said, every time that's kind of happened, it entices people to short, including me, and then it just comes back up again.
Yep.
We'll see. Yeah.
Buyers have it too easy in this game.
Maybe later the short will come down again, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna really push it here. We have what's the range for NASDAQ for the day? And we moved 100 points. It's not really out there for me to want another 190 points to the downside. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't feel like I chased it. I feel like if there was going to be continuation, it could have done that, no problem. Yeah.
It's coming for me next.
No. No.
The bid is so mad. It's so pissed. That's okay. That's why I only got in one.
Out, that's the thing. Yeah, it's just too many people wanted to. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't really. So for ES, right on the 15, that's what I was like kind of looking at, thinking, okay, he's hovering here, and then I was kind of anticipating it would reject, but here it is. It's just hanging out in here.
Yep.
No money gun today. It's so sad. Too
Damn
bad.
it.
So sad.
Damn it. I was looking for that money gun. We'll get him. We'll get him next time.
Dude, me too. I'm like, why? Yeah, like it's just all the way back up. Yeah, it's an 83 now.
Yeah, that took me up. That's good enough. So this is the top of this balance, the monthly balance for me. Current monthly is 67.84. NQ also at its previous day high here. So maybe it'll give me a shot to get back in, but I'll wait for the other.
I know, right?
Other
Like
rotation
I'm
down.
waiting for that, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I think today, even though it looked good, it's still more of a range trade. Yeah, there's no. You gotta be really picky about and choosy about your spots. Because yeah, my first short was pretty good spot. And then I just cut it for like -10 points when I just trailed it real aggressively. And then the next two, I mean, I really just was like, all right, maybe this is the continuation, so I'll have wider stops. And nope, it's just really, it's a tough morning.
It's okay. It's only Monday. We'll get him, Tanya. We'll get him.
I mean, yeah. This is where I'm kind of doing my session cool down, just reviewing, and then then I don't log off and just be raging like I didn't get my shorts. And then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make sure I get them, and then like that's how you end up just revenge trading.
Yes. Then you ruin a whole day instead of just 2 hours in the morning.
Or a whole month. You could ruin a whole month.
Yeah.
So,
Ask me how I know about that.
I mean, yeah, literally like I don't mind that I tried short again for NASDAQ. I mean, it pushed there, and that was the second time, and it really was wicking up here where, yeah, and it looked good. But here we are back up again. So and like I said, I don't really see too much of the upside other than, like you said, we did take out London low for ES and the Sunday open. But kind of the thing that I kept looking for then is like more um energetic upside.
Yeah. I still haven't seen it. The
Not
only
me.
thing I've seen is passive buying in ES um at 75. And then again, there was definitely a buyer at 68 at the weekly open. Um but NQ also at 130 135 to 125. A huge bid in there the whole morning,
Mm.
but passive. I mean, it hasn't really, they
What
haven't
do you
really
mean by like passive?
so passive buying is more like resting. So it's just it's buyers that are sitting there absorbing people that are trying to market sell into them. So that is like it
Oh, they
keeps,
absorbed me. I was market selling down there.
yep. Well, it's, I mean, it keeps price from going further, and so it's more of like if sellers get exhausted down there, then they're going to cover, and that's going to lift price. But it's not lifting, and then we're seeing continuation beyond. So like we're still struggling to get back above previous day high in NQ right now. Um, ES is still just now getting back into its 30-second opening range. So I'm going to need to see more aggressive bid to want to feel like this was a context shift in the day, which could still happen, but it's not right here, not yet. Like I want to break these levels and then revisit them and then bid
Yeah.
out of this. And then that will make me feel like, okay, now we're getting bid continuation. But for now, it's still just two-way trade. There's a seller up here and there's a buyer at 125, 135, and they're just trying to figure out who wants to party. And maybe they both do. I don't know.
Yeah, or
They
maybe
get-
yeah, like you said, when they both do, then it'll just go back and forth. Huh.
And it's a really balanced day so far as the profile goes
Oh
on
yeah,
NQ. It's
Gaussian.
extremely Gaussian. So
Huh.
ES is has a little bit of a note up here, but I imagine they fill this out by the afternoon, and this is looking like a balanced day. There's not any news. We have one Fed speak, not till 5 yet. We don't have
Not until 5, yeah.
yeah. So looks pretty balanced so far. So I would normally want to press this edge now that we're up in it, but I'm gonna chill.
Mm-hmm.
It's only Monday.
Yeah, word. Monday. And then NFP got pushed to this week, right?
Are they doing it? Is the government back? I haven't been
No,
following.
I mean, I don't know. I think the Bureau of Labor Statistics said, it could be up to 10 days delayed then. I
Oh,
think, they're like I think they're just working without pay, depending on who it is.
that
But let's see,
sucks.
the NFP, it still says tentative, so we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I think the longest one that the government shut down was in 2018.
I remember that one. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Let me see. Let me figure out how many days was that? I knew it before. I don't know if it was 18 days. I don't want to like say 2018, 18 days. Like it sounds too similar. So let's see.
JS, that's funny. JS says working without pay, just like my last month of trading.
Element.
I feel you, JS. It happens sometimes, brother.
Let's see, 2018. Okay, so what was the longest one? Okay, so yeah, it was 35 days. Closure was in 2018. It was closed for 35 days. That was the longest in history.
That's crazy.
Um, so yeah, we really don't know how long they're gonna take until they agree on something. Hmm.
I'm not gonna short this right here. I'm gonna wait.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I want to take this short again, but I'm gonna chill.
What's well is that was happening to me throughout the session, and then it would like reject, and then I would like, okay, that's my confirmation that it's short, and then it went back up there, and I was like, oh damn, oh well. I mean, yeah, Nasdaq has kind of just been what since 194, yeah. Nasdaq's still like just ranging in the lower range.
I mean, this is not like in all
Yes.
my stuff.
Yeah.
This nothing is bullish about any of this for on the
Yeah.
day. I mean, of course, the
Yeah.
market is extremely bullish right now, but yeah, I can't press this edge on either of these indices.
Yeah, the thing is like where you'd put it long, it's like I wouldn't trust these lows at 772s for ES because we could come back but right sweep below them. Like you said that there's like a node there near that, probably right below 6773. Do you
Yeah,
have
well, kind of. There's like I more on like a higher time frame thing. There
Mhm.
is we kind of bounced off this ledge here, which is the majority of like the 5-day rolling volume. And now we're building all these little guys up here. But yeah, I don't want to lean on this just to press for another 15 points. That's not enough for me. Not on a Monday. And when we're fighting with this upper band,
Yeah.
I don't like to see that. So
Yeah.
so
Nasdaq
I'm
was
neutral. I'm
pointing me
neutral.
today.
Maybe I'll just talk to the chat today. Maybe that's what I should do.
Be careful, chat. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Nasdaq I was expecting, especially after these upper wicks into here into the 70s and 80s, that we'd have continuation down. But like you said, it was kind of back and forth there by the 25s and such. So didn't want to. Although it really does look like head and shoulders there, right?
Yeah.
Man, we'll just have to see. Can't push it too much on a Monday. What do we have this week? Like, what is coming out this week? Do we know?
I don't have a clue.
Is everything just tentative? It says the FOMC will be on Wednesday, minutes, but just the minutes.
Okay.
Everything else, like red folder, yeah, it says tentative for unemployment claims. Yep. All right.
I actually never look until the morning. And then I just
do
know.
too. Maybe the end of the session. But yeah, okay. We'll see if the government wants to start working again. Mm-hmm.
They're gonna let me pull this off? They're gonna take it down now? What the hell
Are you
time is it? All
short
right,
now?
11:15. We're gonna try it again.
I'll
At
say
least I got something to lean on now. So it's a little better. But
Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, it looks decent. Yeah.
I need to get 2 lots on though. That was my problem with the last one. I was only in one and I let 4 points come back at me, and that is not how I roll typically. So that was also part of the problem.
What do you typically roll? Wait, how do you typically roll then?
I'll normally take on ES, I'll take 4 to 5 points off for my first position, just so I'm kind of paying for at least some of the trade. But this one, I only had 1 lot on, and I was shooting for the other side of balance, so I did not take half of it.
Oh, do you typically take 2 or 4?
I do 2.
Oh, 2. Okay.
Yeah, 2 minis is freaking plenty.
Yeah, definitely.
It's definitely still a seller up here, but like, are they just gonna get stepped on?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I hate it again.
Yeah, that's what it was like for me shorting this morning. I'm like, oh, look, it's starting to look good. But the thing is, yeah, it doesn't even go to my first target. What can I really do? Not much. I guess I could have, yeah, could have been a little like taking a partial when ES hit the London low, but I was really monitoring. I was paying attention. I was like, oh man, I literally had it. It was at like plus 30 points my position for like 15 seconds or so. Um, and then it was like back up to like plus 15. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I thought we were gonna fill more of the gap for ES, and I thought Nasdaq was gonna follow. Um, well, whatever. Let's see the daily. Where are we at for Nasdaq on the daily?
The other strange thing is this is where London opened on ES right here. But London's open on NQ is like 2,500, 25,100, 25,105, somewhere down there. So like they're way out of whack
Yeah.
with those overnight locations at least.
Oh yeah, and the midnight open too. For that's what I look at mostly. Midnight open. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would rather see it. Maybe later in the afternoon there'll be better follow through, but uh, we'll have to see. That's what I was like looking at the calendar for. Like, oh, maybe tomorrow will be better. But the tomorrow, oh my gosh, you just have a million Fed speakers tomorrow. One, two,
I love when they do that. It
4,
brings me great joy.
5 of them. When's the next Fed blackout period?
Is it after the minutes? I don't know. It's always like something weird like that.
It should be like that, yeah. But I like to know that so I know when they can't talk anymore. Let's see. Let's see. The 18th to the 30th of October. Okay. So soon. I mean, no, it's not even soon, actually. It's in 2 weeks. It's 12 days. That's when the Fed can't really, make remarks anymore. Okay. Okay. Bunch of Fed speakers tomorrow. Minutes. Okay. Mm, yeah.
That little
I mean,
pullback got bought there at 82.
so did you add like a second?
I did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see. They're doing weird stuff up here at 84. Maybe this isn't the best location. Trying to look. NQ bounced off of 55 there also.
I'm really just hanging around still here because to have my little cool down to not like
You chill with me as long as you want, Tanya.
I'll walk away in like a second because Nasdaq. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm also just watching ES here.
Go up, play it again. See, now there's this so there's definitely a bid at 82 and 82.50. There's a seller that's trying to press down out of this.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta get past him. Every time I feel like he was vanquished, it pulls back up again. Yeah, all this. So it's a very tiny red team, blue team going on at like between 81 and 84, give or take. Just this little node up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Normally, I like to be on the other side of this trade, but this 84 is also that high time frame location for me. Man, they keep refreshing that bid at 82 though. Wow, this guy's got all the bullets. Come on. Yeah. Again, refresh. Okay, 11:21. Got 10 minutes till the close. This 82 guy was also all those pre-market lows as well. So maybe he's just really happy now.
yeah, it's just been hanging around here in this like 81 to 84 level. Hmm. Interesting.
Yep. I hate it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's the worst when you enter a trade and there's just consolidation right after, and then it just slowly creeps up closer to your stop. I feel like much rather, it's much better when it just rips the bandage off, like straight there. And then I'd much rather have that.
Got a bit of a poke high there. 81,
Yeah.
84, 75. I think I can give this 4 points. 85, 75, 85, 81, 85, 50. I just need to see, I needed to see that candle a little bit. My bracket was in the way. Did we get that high? No, that's an equal high there.
Hmm. Mm-mm. NASDAQ. Let's see NASDAQ on the hourly. Yeah, just yeah. Got bid up there in the hourly fair value gap.
There's a seller on the NQ.
Hmm.
For sure. 100% previous day high seller. 100%. Now, I don't know if they're going to win. They're at least a little more active. Like like they get absorbed and then they also push.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this 82 guy on ES. You can't get through him.
Mm. It's annoying.
It's all right. I've got no business being short anyways, Tony. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm LARPing as a bear again right now. I've got my costume on. I'm headed to the convention center.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our little 5-minute wiggle before 11:30.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that just ES is just hanging around that 15-minute. That was my point of interest for trying or for thinking, oh, maybe if there's going to be continuation, if there was like a nice rejection there, um, and then a 1 minute, you know, shift lower, which honestly, like you said, yeah, it from where I think, this for what it's worth did sort of break a low here and the tiniest of FEGs, but yeah, I just poked up again here. It just shows that it's really not in a hurry to go lower if it is going to go lower.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't feel any FOMO either way because it's like, oh, where I just got stopped out of my shorts. It's not like price is showing like, aha, you were completely wrong. Like we're running to back to the upside. It's like, all right, we didn't really do much. We've just been gyrating back and forth. And doesn't really give me a reason to flip long, like I said. So all I have to do is wait for more data and just come back another session, see if what how it's gonna unfold. Yeah. Yeah, because right now it just looks, yeah, hell
I
no.
feel like I
I'm
should buy
good.
82.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be. I mean, that ES pushed up quite a bit from that London low, but it didn't really have much more energy after that, like you said. Hmm. 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 Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head out now.
Feel good?
Yeah, I feel
Good
good.
enough?
I honestly, the fact like if you kind of just staying by the computer for a little bit more and then just watching price just ranging again just helps. Like, all right, yeah, there's no FOMO for me to feel really. So, yep. All right. Sorry guys, Nasdaq didn't provide the shorts today. No money again today. took a L. Yeah, we'll just have to see what the coming week is going to be like. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to like continue to press right now. So good luck, Stowe.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. I appreciate you.
Ciao. Have a great one.
What up, chat? Did you guys see that 82 buyer? That was crazy. This dude is taking no prisoners right now. Oh, whoa. That was weird. How was I in a position? Oh, that's strange. I think I'm flat now. That was very. Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's so odd. Yeah. I hit flat in here to get out of that short, and it must have flipped me long. Okay. Well, good lesson there. Whenever position stuff happens to you and you didn't mean to be in that position, flatten it. Flatten, 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 baby. Let me make sure that this is correct. I'm going to get my indicator guy up. God, I got so many windows. Okay. Position tracker. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. Anyways, good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let's go. Yeah, so like I was saying, let's go. No, we're red right now. Don't play that, producers. I'm just kidding. Yeah, this was nuts. I'm gonna keep an eye on this guy. So this spot was reloading, and crossing. So this was bid absorption and aggression. So we'll see what happens to this dude in a second when we get back to him. I don't hate that 127 long, Michael. But anyways, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mark. Hey, brother. How are you? Good morning, Drunk Radish. Hey, bud. Good morning, Brandy. Good morning, Trader Nautilus. Hey, bud. What up? What up? What up? Hey, Dallas. Hey, Flash Golden. Almost said Gordon. Almost tricked me with that. Yeah, we're gonna trend out of this. Would be strange. Would be a strange day type. But anything is possible. Don't ever rob yourself of the ability to pivot. That's very key. Good morning, Butters. Hey, bud. Hey, Chris. Morning, Chris.
I am from that place where they have tacos.
Oh, I'm sorry, Abby8BZ. Were you making market calls in the chat? You feel like you need to be rewarded for that? What do you need? Do you need a cookie? What would make you happy? Is it a cookie? Holy crap. Are we going to hit those 150Ks? We got 60 left? Whoa. Oh, whoa. Also, this background's new. Is this new? This looks sick. Whoa, you're watching midday markets. That's cool. I love this. And my name's up there. That's fun. Damn, you guys working hard. Hey, Adam, good morning. Dude, that's sick. I love it. Awesome work, guys. That looks cool. Hey, Flight here. How are you? Lord, they're going to make me buy this. Lordy Lord, they're going to make me buy this thing. That was a quick delete. I did see it. That's funny. No, I can't. I can't help you. Good. Good to see you, Flight, here. I mean, I'd love to get into this 84 spot and hold it. I mean, this makes me feel very good about more longs. So we're in the first week of, well, we're in the second week of the month, right? For ES. We're kicking off this. Yeah, we're still kicking off of that spot. It's like 84.50. This is like this little, gotta zoom in here. There's like this little guy here. This little ledgy dude. Yeah. And this is the previous week +1 also on ES right here at 82.50. So, I mean, did you see this bid come in? That was crazy. I don't know. I hope you guys saw that. If you didn't, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Maybe I will just put one on. To hell with it. See buyer? Press green button? Why not? Why not us? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Not me? Actually, if anybody's going to just buy the high, it's going to be me. This one I put in on purpose though, so I can have it there. I'll add one too. We recorded a new Painting the Tape episode, and it's going to be controversial a little bit. I want to talk about it a little bit with you, but I'm going to start executing a little less like I'm under a microscope and a little more like I would normally execute. And that means that I'm going to be adding 2 positions in places that are maybe not as far as the saying goes, like Paul Tudor Jones would not enjoy that. I've been going back and forth over this. I listened to it again this morning when I was running, and I was like, man, this is correct. So if you guys have the time to listen to this new episode that's going to come out, I would appreciate it, because we go over like what it would be like to execute, and, you know, like more like a zone, and how a lot of, you know, trading stuff is flawed because it's trying to teach you that like you need to be exact, or you need to wait for confirmation, or all of these other things that are just said but not really executed around. So I've been putting half my size on NES, taking one off at 1 or 2 points. Also, we talk about how, you know, 1-to-1 R is very overrated or underrated. You know, that's another trope. You need to have like 1-to-3 if you don't, you're not in a good trade. But one of the things that stuck with me from our conversation is like, once you're in a trade, that trade is changing all the time. And so like this trade I put on here, like I bought 84.75, right? Because I keep seeing this bid. We came down and tested him again. So like, I don't know. I'll just wait for this guy to go away or not. But as soon as I put this on, this trade changes like every 30 seconds. Like here's a new seller right here at 85.75. And then what's going to happen up here? Or what's going to happen down here? You don't know. So the trope of never add to a losing position, the trope of, you know, what you need for a win to loss ratio, it's just that. It's just something that people say into the internet. And not to say that you shouldn't be doing that stuff to protect yourself and managing your risk properly, but I don't know. It's got me in my feelings today. I'll say that. Ideal Kitchens and Interiors. That's a great name. Can you help me out? Do you have good kitchen interior ideas? There's a new high there. I mean, just on this leg, but like we're pressing into this now. I don't know what this 86 guy is up to, but he's taking a ton. A new high would be encouraging. It would be weird. A new high would be very strange because we've kind of done bearish things, but this is a big context reversal candle, and now we're doing this. So if you watch the VWAP video stuff, this is a bearish day. This is a reclaim. We couldn't even get down to the -1. That's what I was trying to do with this short, was just get back here. But this is really strong. NQ is now above its previous day high. It's in an argument up here at 175, but like I don't know. I don't necessarily know what it's thinking. So yeah, we might have a context change, and now I'm looking to buy this. We have a node above the primary node. I mean, this entry is not great. Mike, it should be like today or tomorrow, probably, if I had to guess. The rest of the boys still need to double check it, but it's ready to roll as soon as everybody signs off. So, I'm a very generous producer. I give everyone a final cut, as they say. This bit is very thick too. Arrows drawn. Some buying even coming in here at 84. What does -1 mean? Oh, the -1 is -1 standard deviations from VWAP. This is the -1 band here. This is the -2. And then this green and red line is the VWAP, raw RTH VWAP itself. So in a typical context change, we look for this slope to change, which it did. So it went from, kind of a 45-degree angle down to point it slightly up. And then this is the big slope change here. Like we flattened out here where we're rejecting, and now we're inside of it, and it's now starting to slope up. This bid came in here. This red team here is what we're leaning on currently. NQ just doing all kinds of business at its previous day high right now. So I don't know. No, that's not what it is. It's a vibe change. Hey, Crude. No, I do not. The only, it's interesting for sure, but that's only on ES. If you look, the thing that is interesting to me about the London session opening range is how far away it is on NQ. Like NQ has not yet been able to get down to it, and ES sold out of its London 30-second opening range. So that just gives me some pause. Like, hey, these two they're not quite acting the same way today. MA says, Stowe, when you say the trade changes constantly when you're in it, do you exit every time it changes against you? No, for sure, no. But you'll listen if you want to listen to it, you can. the thing that we talk about, and XY actually had the best point, is that the way you really need to think about it is the way that it is talked about quite literally, is like there really is no end to the trade, especially when you're trading order flow. It is either putting risk on or taking risk off. Because like if I want to add, like if this pulls back down here, I'll add here too. I mean, it's kind of pulling back and grabbing these highs at the moment. It would be wild we get through the blast through this 86 guy. It looks like it really wants to. The bid is very hungry. But the point is like, if I had 2 lots on right now and it started to go against me and I still like the trade, but I only like it half as much, then I'll take one off and I'll keep one on. And then maybe it'll change in my favor again, and then I'll put that other one back on. So it becomes more of a discretionary add subtract situation. But the main point is like the idea of not adding to losers is on its surface smart, especially for new traders, because that of course will kill you if you just add and add and add until you're dead. But the point is you have to keep that allotted risk amount set and controlled. And as long as you can do that with however many lots you want to put on, just do it. Like I can't put 5 lots on up here because that would be way too much risk. But I could put 1 lot on here and then 1 lot on 2 points lower and then keep my stop, in X amount of place. And then it's like, okay, well then my risk to reward is still in line. That's the point. That's the main spirit behind losers average losers. Thank you, Ideal Kitchen and Interiors. I appreciate you. I know, Norseman, right? It's so sick. Look at them now. They're blasting through this 86, dude. This is pretty intense. The bid is furious. I mean, I'd like to see what happens at we'll see what happens at RTH Open. I might just take some points and get out of here. Also, someone asked me, was it greed? Someone asked me, I only had 1 lot on and I let it come back against me and I got stopped out. They said, was it greed that prevented you from adding or from just taking the 4 points? So this is the trade right here. I'll talk about it. Okay, so I got short 1 here, right? Because I had 2 trade ideas going on at the same time in my mind, right? We're below this 84. We've had a bearish day, but I am aware that there's a potential context change happening, right? And when that happens, I'm like, okay, I like this one. So I wanted to get in one, and then I plan to eventually add to it. Damn, they're really buying the hell out of this. Look at this. Oh yeah, the bid is so mad. Came back down to VWAP and then came back here. This is where I would have normally put the second one on, but I just didn't want to because this changed to bright blue. A bunch of buyers came in. It just wasn't something that I wanted to participate in anymore. So I didn't. That's it. That's the story of that. All right, getting up to the open now. But now that then I tried it again, and now that I lost that, man, it's wow. Bulls on absolute parade. NQ's coming up to its previous week high also. Oh, whoops. All right, I'll take that one off. This is really strong, but I don't normally participate outside of the +2 or -2. So we'll wait. We'll wait for this thing to cool off. But I'll take those 4 points. That's good. That's good. Yes, it does. It sure does look strong. Wow. Impressive stuff, buyers. Good job. Man, if this is another outlier day, that's going to be insane. This is, I mean, normally an outlier day really messes with me. Anytime the overnight high and overnight low get taken out, that is an outlier day. And overnight high is right here. I guess NQ hasn't taken one yet, so it could still party. Yeah, sometimes, Mark. I love that we're back above 84. This rules. So if this is not fake, that would be so sick. Yeah, Michael, that's not. Yeah, I guess that sounds very hindsighty to me, though. Like, which London liquidity? You just talk about running the overnight low. I mean, that worked on ES, but it has not, like, NQ has not done any of those things. So you're saying the SMT, the divergence thing. So NQ not running it and ES running it is a reason to buy ES. Is that how the SMT divergence thing works? Because I've heard it explained the opposite way. ES is weak enough to run its overnight low, and if NQ is strong, then you sell NQ. I can't figure out which one it is. Fly here, where are you long from, dude? Did I miss it in the chat? Were you talking while I was trying to talk to Tanya? While I was getting stopped on my shorts? You buy NQ. Okay, so you don't even touch ES. You look at ES for stuff, but NQ is stronger, so you do that one. God damn it. I'm literally never gonna get this. Nice trade, Flight here. That is a good spot, brother. Do you know what 120 was? Previous day VWAP +1 close. Did anybody do any homework around my secret alpha? My super secret alpha drop? Yep. Good call, brother. Okay, when S&T divergence happens, you buy the stronger asset and hope the other asset follows and not ruin your trade. Okay. So it's never a sell? Okay. I want to get it. I really do. I want to get it. Depends on if the SMT is at the top or the bottom. Okay. So if ES runs its overnight high, okay, imagine different scenario, not today. If ES ran its overnight high, but NQ was not strong enough to run its overnight high, you then short NQ, and that's the SMT? You can sell when the context allows. For example, today ES took London low, but NQ didn't, so it's a buy for NQ. Yes. Okay. Holy shit. Did I really get it? I'm going to be so stoked if I will. I'm going to text T-Trades after this if I finally figured this out. Oh, that would make me so happy. Chris Fisher, why do you keep talking to me? What do you want, bud? Have you said something? Okay, Jarrell, that makes sense. Tapok, I don't have any. Also, good morning. Hi. Yeah, I don't have any compression on the ES one at all. So it's just these are just one tick spot. I mean, ES is big enough that you don't need to compress the delta volume profile at all. I don't think you need to. Not for my purposes, anyways. Good morning, Apple Butter. Good morning. Yeah, no problem, brother. Jim,
Yo,
look at us in this beautiful new virtual environment.
I know. It's awesome, isn't it?
It's sick. Yes, it rules. I love it.
Oh my God. The team is the best. Just the
Yes.
best.
Yes. Yes, they are. We knew that, though. How are you today, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. Nice weekend. Ready to work this week, man. We got a lot of potential, as you can see on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What do we got? How many we got left to go? 40?
Nah, 50. So,
50.
well, I'm looking at, you mean the subscription? Yeah, we're
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
here, man. 149,950.
Dude, we got to get it today.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
It might not happen the next minute, but you're back on this afternoon, right?
Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Me and Nick are on.
I can
This
feel it in
afternoon.
the air tonight. You're our lucky charms, though.
Dude, we're getting it. We're getting it for sure. I'm going to go yell at the internet until it happens. So we make sure we get it. That's
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's exciting stuff. We got this, we got the I was watching your X stream. We've got the next challenge up there with
Yes.
the cash prizes giveaway. It's like, what?
Oh yeah, that's going to be awesome. I can't
Crazy.
Yeah, if everybody needs to sign up for that. Shoot, I didn't talk about that at all today.
That's okay. Let's talk about it now.
Okay. Yes. $400,000 in cash prizes for free. That's crazy. I love that it's a tournament environment too. Oh, nice. We have the graphic.
Yeah.
This looks good too.
Yeah.
These folks have been working. They probably worked all weekend on this. Well, I know Shab did.
She
Shab doesn't sleep.
knows tips. No, but you know what? Here's the thing. Does it say 400K in cash prizes?
Yeah, that's gnarly.
I mean, there's a lot of other competitions out there. And it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna give away all this 100,000 in prizes.
Yeah.
What's a prize? All right, here's a fake prop account for 10,000 here. I mean, this is
Yep.
real. This is cash. This is unbelievable.
At first place, whoever wins this thing gets 100 grand, right? Is that true?
I think that's correct. Now
That's-
you got me second guessing myself, but I think that's correct.
nuts. That's
I
nuts.
know. I know. I actually answered under alias.
That makes sense. That
But-
tracks. Jim's gonna be when you see Jim slamming the keyboard instead of saying stuff into the microphone, that's what he's doing.
Don't tell management stuff.
All right. Zip.
Oh my God. Anyway, so anyway, yeah, that's coming up, folks. Links in the chat, guys. We're getting that 150. Hopefully, we're going to do it when Snow and Nick are going to be live trading the close with us today.
Yes.
Two of the nicest guys in show business going to be with us live, and I got a feeling, man. I got a feeling we're going to do it.
Oh, we're getting it.
Yeah.
We're getting it.
All right. Until then, have a great lunch. I'm going to do a really quick 2-market edge report, and we're going to end the morning there, and we'll keep moving. So,
All right. Sounds
Thank you,
good,
man.
homie. I'll see you in a couple hours.
all right, man. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, chat. See you later.
All right, let's throw some. There we go, Michigan. This is gold. I mean, I know we're beating a dead horse talking about this, but this ain't a dead horse. Look at this. This is a daily candle. Look at how big the candle is. This is another breakout to the upside. There's no wick anywhere in sight. But I mean, there's no sellers anywhere in sight. And I have my extensions here. 40, 47.5 is the next goal. We've achieved them all. We've achieved them all. So it's kind of it was an okay fib extension. It wasn't the greatest, but I had to go, low to this high and then back down to the low. So it's not that roomy, but it's the only thing we have to go on. We're making these highs as we go. So gold, and look at this, stochastics. Don't ever say, by the way, September 1st, we've been overbought in this market. So don't use stochastics that way. Look for crossovers or cross unders between 20 and 80, and then look for strength or weakness. This is strength across the board. So, John, it's basically a three-click maneuver. You click the low to the high, and then back down to a retracement low, and then you get an extension. So this is as good as it gets for this chart, but that's how you do it. Let's keep rolling here. Let's go to intraday. Intraday, we're getting close. And don't say we can't do it today. We could. We might not, of course. We only got $15 left to go. There's that 4,000 call resistance. We are just reaching for it, right? It's reaching for it. Will it be a self-fulfilling prophecy or not? But it's also call resistance. So it's just not a random psychological number. There's actually some options activity up there, which are important. Oftentimes acts as a magnet. Beyond that, you got R3 to the upside here at 408 spot 1. So again, I'm not looking for anything on the downside here. This is looking super, super strong. Maybe we'll get some profit taking later on in the day. And as Stowe put it, a parade of bulls. Let's go to the next bull in the parade. Russell 2000 December contract. Look at this. Boom. Making new highs. 2513 spot 4. The previous high wick, 2510 spot 30. We close above it, then I'm going to say we took out the wick. So we'll see if we can keep moving. I guess this other high was a little bit higher, maybe. I don't know. Close enough for government work, but this is looking pretty bullish. Look at that trend channel. Super nice trend channel. And there's my extensions again. This one's a little bit better, though. Let me kind of show you just the anatomy of it, see if I can highlight it really quickly so you can see how I drew it. So I started with this low. That's 0.1. John, this is the peak high, 0.2, and then 0.3 low is here, right? So this, I know the dot's way over here, but this is the low. So this is the third data point. And then what it did is it's measuring this trend channel, right? The potential for these extensions along this trend channel. And this trend channel is intact. This is a pretty strong move. Look at that ADMA price separation today. Pretty strong here. Let's take a look at intraday as well. We have that JAX 3 at 25.20. One day max, right above that, approximately 25.23-ish. And then a blind spot, and then some 0 DTE action a little bit higher. So again, a lot of separation between VWAP. Nice point of control, though. Keep that in mind. Should we get more of a retest back? We are starting to get a retest back actually right now to that point of control, acting like a magnet. But the other thing is only 2 candles traded up here. Look at that volume node. That's also in play as a candidate, potential, competing point of control, 2516 spot 7. That is your afternoon edge report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for signing up for the challenge. If that's your thing, we'd love to have you. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's the main thing about these things is there are a lot of fun, and we're going to have a lot of folks participating. It's going to be a lot of fun. So don't forget to consider doing that if you got the time. It's coming around the corner here. I think it's October 20th. So coming fast. It's already October, like a week into October. In any event, thank you again. You guys are the best chat, the best audience, whether you're listening and in the chat or not, doesn't matter. Thank you for being a part of the NinjaTrader community. And having said all that, we're going to take a really quick break for lunch, and we will see you at 2:30 this afternoon.